The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Dr. Fu Manchu has sent Li King Su, his chief assistant, to Egypt to report on the activities of Fa Lo Sui, Fu Manchu's daughter. A mysterious Eurasian woman known as Madame Ingomar has taken a house near Luxor from where she is spying on the excavation operations of Sir Lionel Barton and his party, who are excavating in the tomb of the Black Ape in the Valley of the Kings. Shan Greville, Sir Lionel's assistant, shows up suddenly at Dr. Petrie's house in Cairo, where Petrie has established his practice since his marriage to Karame, with the news of Sir Lionel's death. Arriving back in Barton's camp, Petrie and Greville, with Weymouth, now superintendent of detectives in Cairo, are received with the startling announcement that Barton's body has mysteriously vanished. We find them approaching the hut where the body had been placed.
But how can that be possible, Forrester? You were with me when I locked Sir Lionel's body in the hut.
Yes, I know. Nevertheless, he's gone, and not a trace.
If only Neil and Smith were here now.
I had the same thought, Weymouth, but he's in Portugal. Karame and I are due to sail for England next week. He's meeting us at Lisbon.
Well.
Oh, here's the hut, Mr. Weymouth. If you like, I'll...
Just a moment. If you look after Captain Hunter, our pilot, Forrester, I'll talk to you later.
Oh, yes, of course.
We'll carry on, Greville. Come on, Petrie.
This hut is in part a laboratory. That end is Forrester's special province. As you see, we use the rest of it to keep plans, diagrams, and Rima's pictures. She's our official photographer.
Greville, you're not prejudiced by certain suspicions of Petrie's and mine. I asked Forrester to look after Hunter so we three could be alone. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
All right, sir. Go ahead.
Where is Ali, your head man?
I understand Forrester sent him over to Luxor tonight with a letter to the manager of the Winter Palace, asking him to call you in Cairo and explain what had happened. He should be back by this time.
How long a time elapsed between your finding Sir Lionel in his tent and the removal of his body to this hut?
Roughly 2 hours.
When did you decide to move him?
When I made up my mind to go to Cairo. I personally sorted the job of bringing him in here. I locked the door, gave the keys to Forrester, and turned in for a bit of sleep before starting for Luxor.
Did anything unusual happen during the night?
We heard a strange howling of dogs. We all turned out, but found nothing.
About what time was that?
I can't say exactly. Sometime before dawn.
Now, you spoke of Barton's niece. Where is she and where was she at the time Barton died?
I don't know.
You don't know? I thought she was your photographer.
She is, but, well, you see, we had a bit of a quarrel, and she went to Luxor Tuesday. I haven't seen her since.
Barton knew of her absence?
Yes, he did, and thought it was a joke on me. But she often stays in Luxor overnight and works here during the day.
Oh, I see. I assume, then, that you two were engaged. Did Sir Lionel approve?
Oh, yes.
Then, since she hasn't returned, I take it she doesn't know what happened. Now, will you ask Forrester to come in, please?
Right. Great Scott. There it is again.
Sandy.
Rima. Good heavens, what is it? Where did you come from?
Shan.
Darling, please.
Oh, I'm afraid, Shan. That strange howling.
Oh, it's all right, dear. We'll find that dog.
But it isn't a dog. It's... Who's in the big hut?
Dr. Petrie and Superintendent Weymouth. They came up with me from Cairo.
Old friends of Uncle Lionel's, aren't they?
Yes. You know, it's ridiculous, but they have an idea that your uncle isn't dead.
I think so, too, Shan.
You what? When did you get back, dear? And what do you know of this?
I came back with Ollie. He told me everything, so of course I had to come.
Oh, I say, Greville and Rima. Superintendent Weymouth wants you both in here.
All righto. Come along, dear.
Did you catch that dog, Greville?
No, Weymouth. I...
It isn't a dog, Mr. Weymouth.
Oh, I suppose you're Rima Barton. Well, you're right, miss. It isn't. It's a signal. The camp's being watched. Has anything happened that might account for this signaling?
Yes, Ollie and Rima here just returned from Luxor.
Well, we have the facts up to the time you left last night, Greville. I want to know now what happened afterwards.
Well, everything we were likely to need was moved out of this hut, so there'd be no necessity for anyone to enter. After I left, there was only Forrester here and Ali.
The workmen?
They live in Kerner. None were in camp. Next morning, I gave out that Sir Lionel had gone to Luxor with Grev. I stopped all work, of course.
I see. And about dusk tonight, you came in here to see if everything was all right. Was the door locked?
I unlocked it to come in.
Oh, the window there.
Fastened on the inside, as it is now.
Was there anyone in the habit of visiting camp?
Only one person. A Madame Ingemar.
The lady you mentioned coming up on the train, Greville, eh?
The same.
Who is she?
No one could have answered that correctly but Sir Lionel.
Oh, a friend of his, Miss Rima?
Well, Uncle knew her husband. I don't think he'd ever met the woman, though, before she popped in on us here.
Ingemar. What nationality might she be?
Forrester thinks she's Hungarian. I think she's an Oriental.
An Oriental?
Yes. At least her eyes slant quite a bit.
Attractive? Young?
Oh, very. Smart, cultured, evidently well-to-do.
Do you ever notice her eyes? What color were they?
One couldn't help but notice them. They were green. A jade green.
By Jove, Weymouth. The description tallies with the Lady of the Sea Fan.
When was this woman here last, Greville?
On Monday. The day Sir Lionel switched the quarters and put up the barriers.
Greville, I see that you and Forrester are a bit annoyed that Dr. Petrie and I have a theory we haven't shared with you. Very well, I'll give you some facts. Meanwhile, give Ali a gun. Tell him to mount guard outside and shoot anything that moves.
Great Scott, Mr. Weymouth. What does that mean?
It means that we are dealing with agents of Dr. Fu Manchu. And that howling is most significant. It's a signal.
There is Effendi Smith's signal again. 2 howls. Someone is coming whom we are to detain and question.
Yes, Hasim. Effendi Nayland Smith wishes us to learn something from this person now approaching.
Here he comes.
Yes, Hasim. I see him outlined against the sky. A turban. A Burman. Take him as he passes. Quiet now. Now, Hasim, quick!
I have him.
Get his knife. Now, Chopra. What are you doing here? Whom do you serve? Head upon him, Hasim. Now, Chopra. Speak.
I am in the suite of Moulton Bay. Our headquarters are in Luxor. I am lost.
You lie, Chopra. As I crossed the river coming from Luxor, a motorboat passed heading upstream. One other such as yours stood in the stern. I saw the mark of Kali on his brow. And look, you see the mark, Hasim. I should slit his evil throat.
Yes! He got away. He runs like a deer.
Don't shoot. We rouse the camp. Come, we shall report to Effendi Nayland Smith.
Who is this Dr. Fu Manchu? I've heard Uncle mention him.
I think Dr. Petrie can answer that better than I, Miss Rima.
I'll answer that question in the exact words of my friend Commissioner Nayland Smith. I asked him that same question some years ago. Imagine a person tall, lean and feline, high-shouldered, with a brow like Shakespeare and a face like Satan, with long magnetic eyes of the true cat green. Without a doubt, Dr. Fu Manchu is the greatest scientific criminal the world has ever known. Smith and I were the last to see him alive. He disappeared in an aeroplane crash in Austria. It's possible he survived that crash, but I don't believe it. I do, however, believe that someone else is carrying on his work.
Madame Ingemar.
Perhaps. She or others. What was the religious murderer doing in my courtyard at Cairo last night? We know he was following Greville.
Aye, and the cry points to an accomplice. He wasn't alone. And now this camp is watched. The old net Petrie closing round us again.
If only Nayland Smith were here. Well, if we have unknown enemies, we have at least one unknown friend.
Who, Dr. Petrie?
person who sent the telegrams to Weymouth and me. If I went positive that Smith is in Portugal at this moment, I'd swear that unknown were he.
Well, whoever he is, he's taking no chances. Fu Manchu had a method of inducing artificial catalepsy. Dr. Petrie alone, I believe, had a bit of the antidote. And the person who sent those telegrams knew it.
Well, so much for our friends. As to our enemies, either you have a dacoit among your workmen, or there was a stranger in camp last night.
You have a clue, Dr. Petrie.
Not I, but Superintendent Weymouth has.
Tell me, Greville, was Barton undressed when you found him?
No.
Did he carry the key to this hut in his person?
Yes, he carried all keys on a chain.
Was the chain on him when you found him?
It was. I didn't remove it.
And you and Forrester were here when the body was moved.
Ali and I carried Sir Lionel. Grev supervised.
Ali left when you did?
We all left together.
Good. Then none of you troubled to look into the recess behind this sarcophagus lid.
We never even thought of it.
I thought not. Do you know what this is?
Why, it looks like a wad of red tobacco.
It's betel nut.
Someone who chewed a betel nut must have been listening outside Barton's tent when you decided to move his body to this hut. And later, with the key on Barton's chain, unlocked the door and removed Barton's body.
That's nice reasoning, Mr. Weymouth. And I agree, but betel nut?
Simple. Many dacoits and Burmans chew betel nut.
Dr. Petrie, perhaps I can show you the man.
How?
I think I may have his photograph. Also, the photograph of someone else.
His photograph? By Jove, Miss Reamer, that would
Wait.
help us.
That plaque you have in your hand, Miss Reamer, where did you get it?
This? Why, from the sarcophagus while you all were talking just now. I looked into the recess behind the lid and then into the coffin. It was under one of my notebooks.
Petrie, by Jove, look.
The White Peacock. Not only are we dealing with Fu Manchu's agents, but also with the greatest criminal organization on Earth, the seep.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Madame Ingomar has established herself in Karga, from where she is spying on the excavation operations of Sir Lionel Barton. Sir Lionel dies, apparently of heart failure, and Shan Greville, his secretary, hurries to Cairo to seek the aid of Dr. Petrie. Returning to Barton's camp in the Valley of the Kings with Petrie and Superintendent Weymouth, Greville discovers that the supposedly dead body of Sir Lionel has vanished from the locked hut wherein it had been placed. Rima Barton, Sir Lionel's niece, discovers a small plaque bearing a replica of a white peacock, insignia of the dread Sea Fan. We find them in the hut, examining the plaque.
That clinches it, Petrie. If there was any doubt before, there's none now. Agents of Dr. Fu Manchu and the Sea Fan are behind this business.
Only too evident, Weymouth. But, Miss Rima, the photograph of the beetle nut tour, will you get it, please?
At once, Dr. Petrie. I won't be moved.
Greville, before you brought Barton's body in here from the tent, this door was unlocked?
There was no reason to keep it locked. Forrester and I locked it after we put Sir Lionel's body here.
As I thought.
Here's the picture. I hope it will help.
Three faces, one indistinguishable, foggy.
Great Scott. This one nearest the camera. It's the man who followed me to Cairo from Luxor.
And the woman between them, holding a veil aside. Gad, Dreb. You see?
Yes, I see. It's Madame Ingomar.
Miss Rima, how did you get this photograph?
I'd set a trap up there on the plateau with the camera hidden at the entrance to the old shaft of the tomb.
Lafleur's shaft?
Yes. There were prints there which I thought might mean a jackal. The night before I went to Luxor, something fell into my trap. The bait didn't seem to have been touched. It looked as though someone might have stumbled over it.
You developed the film yourself?
Yes. I took it to Luxor, but I didn't develop it until today. When I saw what it was, I couldn't believe my eyes.
To have touched off the trigger of your camera and still get in focus, they must have been actually coming from that shaft.
Yes. I can't imagine why they left the camera undisturbed. Unless they couldn't find it or the flash frightened them.
This one nearest the camera, the one who tracked you, Greville, is a dacoit. See the mark on his forehead?
Yes.
What is Lafleur's shaft? How is it connected with Lafleur's tomb or the tomb of the Black Ape?
It isn't connected. Lafleur's tomb was discovered by the French Egyptologist Lafleur several years ago. He unearthed a small votive chapel. All the fragments of offering found bore the figure of a black ape.
Certain authorities hold the theory that some strange pet of an unknown pharaoh had been given a freak burial. However, that's how it became known as the tomb of the Black Ape.
You see, Mr. Weymouth, Lafleur cut a shaft into a passage leading into another burial chamber, which he thought would lead him to the tomb of the Black Ape.
Where did it lead?
It led nowhere. Lafleur abandoned it. Sir Lionel started from a different point and seems to have hit on the right entrance.
I see. Then my next step is pretty clear.
You intend having a look at the tomb?
Right. Greville, I want you to go over the excavation work with me.
Righto. We start now?
At once, if you don't mind. Petrie, you and Forrester stay here with Miss Rima.
We'll need Ollie to carry the lantern.
Make the necessary arrangements. Miss Rima, I'm going to ask that you remain within sight, or at least call of Dr. Petrie or Mr. Forrester. Will you do that?
Of course, if you wish it.
Thanks. Watch out, Petrie. That photograph is damning evidence. Someone may decide to come after it.
Don't worry, old man.
Arm Forrester and put him on guard.
Right.
All right, Weymouth. All ready?
Be careful, Shan.
Of course, dear. Everything will be all right.
You're armed, Greville?
Yes, an automatic pistol.
Come along, then. How much deeper is this shaft?
One more ladder down.
I suppose one could get accustomed to this, and the smell.
All the tombs of Upper Egypt had the same odor. It's a characteristic. Here we are.
That's better. I hate to think of the climb back up. I'm not quite as young as I was. Which way?
This way. That's the way to the original entrance up that slope. It's blocked off some yards along beyond the bend. Where it originally came out, heaven knows. However, this is our way. Follow Ollie. There's a pit just ahead. Pass to the left. Doesn't lead anywhere, but it's deep enough to give one a bad fall.
Quite a steep downgrade.
Yes, it'll level out soon. We were starting in on a stone portcullis or barricade, which Sir Lionel believed opened into the actual burial chamber. He had a system all his own in dealing with those barriers. A few hours' work could have seen us through. Well, here we are.
Is this your portcullis?
Yes, Sir Lionel had almost...
Chef Greville, Effendi. Look.
By Jove.
What is it?
That opening in the bottom left-hand corner. Large enough to admit a man.
What of it? There's another in the right top corner. Does it mean anything?
It means that someone has finished the job. And finished it as Sir Lionel had planned.
Then we are going in. Give me that lantern, Ali. I'll go first.
Nay, Effendi. Ali goes first. It may never be said that Ali Mahmoud is afraid.
Lead on, then.
Reveal, Effendi. It is the tomb of the Black Ape.
Look at the walls. Yes. The fresco, Weymouth. Black apes.
And there, Effendi. The sarcophagus open.
A wooden mummy case inside, eh?
Correct.
That opening in the far wall must be an anteroom, eh?
Probably. Either that mummy case was the least valuable object, or everything else had been taken out. Or the thieves were interrupted in their work.
A gloomy spot, Greville. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything. Listen.
Someone's coming down the tunnel, following us.
Quick, Ali. Into the anteroom. Follow him, Greville. Cover the light. No, not a sound.
Reveal, Effendi.
Be quiet. Whatever comes into the room, don't move.
Effendi, there is someone who...
Will you be quiet?
He's out in the tunnel. I can see the reflection of his light through the opening in the portcullis. Who the deuce would be coming down here at this hour?
He's coming in now. By Jove, a woman.
An Arab woman. With a flashlight.
Silence.
She missed flashing a light in here.
She's going out again. Now, what was she after?
I think she looked into the sarcophagus. Jove, I'd give almost anything to know what she's down here for.
She's gone. Uncover the light, Ali.
Look. Effendi. Under my hand.
Weymouth.
Gad, I tried to tell the Effendi when we came in.
A brown man naked, but for a loincloth and turban. And cold. Been dead for some time. A Burman, Greville. See here, the cast mark. Recognize it?
The same as on the man in the photograph.
I'll wager a shilling that woman came down here looking for this fellow. Yes, the man's a dacoit. Come on, we'll see where the woman went to. Into the tunnel, hurry.
What's up with the pit?
Right. We should catch her on the ladders. Stay back with the light, Ali. By Jove, she's not up there. She'd still be in sight. Where the devil?
Listen, Effendi.
She's gone up the slope to the old entrance. We've got her, Weymouth. She can't get out that way. Come on. She's the clue to the mystery. She's the one who's stolen Sir Lionel's body.
I recognized her, did you?
Without the hint provided in Rima's picture, I'd have known her in spite of her disguise. Madame Ingomar.
I thought so. Here's the bend. Careful.
The solid wall of rock. Well, by Jove.
Your wall of rock appears to have been tampered with. That opening is large enough to drive a lorry through. Come on, let's see what's beyond.
Effendi, look up. There is no need to go farther.
He's right, Weymouth. She's gone. I know now how she got out so quickly. We're in Lafleur's shaft. They've opened it. So that's how they got in and out, eh? I wonder how they knew. Well, Madame Ingomar's above ground and gone by this time.
Right. I want to have a good look at that sarcophagus back there. Come on. Madame Ingomar, eh? Quite a woman, Greville. Aye, young man, we're dealing with a she-devil.
What the deuce does it all mean? It's beyond me.
It means that our worst suspicions have been proven correct. She's an agent of whoever's taken over Fu Manchu's job, or of the C-Fan. Here we are. If I ever saw one, this fellow on the floor is a servant of Fu Manchu. Greville, if Barton was in a cataleptic state, as Petrie and I believe, then this fellow returned to kill him.
But who strangled this Burman?
Aye, who? He certainly didn't die at the hands of his friends. Have you any idea of what they were after down here?
No more than you, Weymouth. However, the first thing any excavator would do would be to open that mummy case. It might hold a clue to what was in the tomb.
That appears to have been done.
By Jove, you're right. I had noticed.
The wooden pegs holding the lid have been removed. The lid must have been raised and lowered again. Those two wedges kept it from closing entirely. There's a gap of an inch or more all around the lid. What's the meaning of that?
I don't know. I must make it easier to lift again.
Good idea, and we'll take advantage of it. Hold the light high, Ali. Take hold here with me, Greville. Don't move to any other part of the lid. There may be fingerprints. All right. Now,
Careful, careful. Heavy. Hold it. I'll have to take the other end.
Right. Be careful.
Now, lift.
I didn't know those things were so heavy. Now, slide it off onto the floor.
Some of them are almost impossible to... Great Scott, Weymouth. Look.
Allah. Ashallah.
By the gods. It's a lion Barton.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. The discovery of a plaque bearing the insignia of the Sea Fund convinces Superintendent Weymouth and Dr. Petrie that agents of Fu Manchu and the Sea Fund are responsible for the disappearance of the body of Sir Lionel Barton from his camp in the Valley of the Kings. In a photograph supplied by Rima Barton, Sir Lionel's niece, Shan Greville, his secretary, recognizes the features of the mysterious Madame Ingomar under the disguise of an Arab woman. Accompanied by Greville, Weymouth examines the tomb in which Barton has been excavating, and in the sarcophagus discovers the body of Sir Lionel.
He's dead, Weymouth. Look at those cold gray features. This can't be catalepsy.
Steady, Greville. We'll soon know.
It's fantastic. If he is dead or alive, who stole his body and why?
That's a question. Why was he brought down here and hidden in this coffin? I'd give a great deal to know the answer to that. The shock has done you in, man. Go up above and tell Petrie. Send him down with his antidote.
But I...
No buts. Go along and hurry. Ali stays with me.
I'll go. You're sure there's nothing I can do?
Nothing. Get along.
Right. I'll send Petrie at once.
Weymouth Effendi, it is black magic. It is forbidden, this tomb. Everyone has told me so, and it is true.
It would appear so, Ali.
It is so, Effendi. Oh, Allah is great. I testify that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet.
Do you really think Dr. Petrie...
I don't know. I wouldn't hope for too much. This mysterious antidote seems utterly crazy to me. Such things are outside human knowledge.
Listen, Shan. While you were down in the tomb with Mr. Weymouth, I went to the door thinking perhaps you might be coming back. You know the path that leads up to the plateau?
To, La Fleur shaft?
Yes. I saw a woman hurrying across the top. She was outlined against the sky. What native woman, Shan, would be up there at this time of night?
You're thinking of Madame Ingomar, of course.
I'm sure it was she. She's dreadfully evil, Shan. I caught her looking at you when you didn't know. And I thought...
Well, you thought what?
I thought you found her attractive. She's bad, Shan. She affects me in the same way as a snake. She has some uncanny power.
And that's why you ran off to Luxor?
Well, yes.
You women are superstitious.
Maybe. But women are often wise as well. And some women, Shan, bad women, are witches.
You're right, darling. And it was Madame Ingomar that you saw. I'm almost positive of that.
And just as she disappeared, a man followed her. He was crouching low and running.
You recognized him?
Well, I only caught a glimpse, but I'm sure it was that Arab who came into camp a few days ago and insisted on seeing Uncle Lionel.
You mean that gaunt-faced fellow with the steely gray eyes?
Yes.
He told me rather bluntly that he had no business with me, but must see Sir Lionel. He spoke queer Arabic. I finally told him to go to the devil. By Jove. That was the evening before Sir Lionel.
Yes. That same man was following the woman along the ridge tonight.
Effendi! Quick, please. His camp bed.
What? Sir Lionel's?
Yes, I must take it to the mouth of the old shaft. I was told not to disturb Forrester Effendi or Captain Hunt, only you.
Ali, tell me quick, Dr. Petrie.
Yes, it is true, lady. It is black magic, but it is true. Barton Effendi opened his eyes. He spoke.
Oh, thank heaven. Quick, Shan, I'll help.
There they are, at the mouth of the shaft.
Here, Gremo. Hurry.
Dr. Petrie, tell me, is he...
Alive, my dear, unconscious. But carrying him up the ladder was exhausting to him. Take a bit of time. Ah, there, you see? He's looking at you.
Oh, Uncle Lionel.
Now, there, my dear. He isn't quite strong enough to do much talking now. Come, we'll take him to the Winter Palace Hotel in Luxor as quickly as possible. Can't risk the longer trip to Cairo just yet. Well, Rima, what do you think of our patient?
Oh, Dr. Petrie, he seems so weak.
Yes. I don't quite know what to make of him. But there isn't a man in Upper Egypt just now whose opinion I could take. Vacation season, you know. The only likely Cairo man is away on leave.
Hadn't I better go back up?
Presently, if you wish. Bit of relaxation down here in the lobby with Greville and me won't hurt you.
You know, Doctor, it's tragic that perhaps the greatest of modern Orientalists lies up in that room in a state of incomparable coma. A mysterious secret locked in his memory.
Yet it's a greater tragedy that so mighty a brain as that of Dr. Fu Manchu should be warped. That so brilliant an intellect should have been directed to destruction instead of healing. He's dead, yet his evil genius lives after him. Oh, and by the way, in your examination of the tomb, did you find anything new?
Nothing much. It seems that Lafleur must have gotten within a few yards of the passage leading to the burial chamber when he abandoned his work. Someone completed the job and then concealed the opening.
Mightn't it have been Lafleur himself, Shan?
Well, it's possible. The most surprising thing is that the inner portcullis had been opened before and reclosed so cleverly that even Sir Lionel missed it. We're not the first party to reach the inner tomb of the Black Ape.
Any indications as to when the tomb had been emptied of whatever it contained?
It may have been done a week ago when I was in Cairo or back in Lafleur's time. The vital question is who reclosed it and why. And above all, what was in it?
It's possible that Sir Lionel knows.
And he is unable to tell.
Yes. Well, next to Hawkins of London, the brain specialist, you know, there's one man with whom to have 10 minutes talk I'd give half I own.
Who is he, Dr. Petrie?
Nayland Smith. Oh, not as a professional consultant, but somehow in the old days he seemed always to find a way.
Uncle Lionel was always talking about him. I'd love to meet him. He's chief of something or other at Scotland Yard, isn't he?
Yes, he left Burma several years ago to take a commissionership at the Yard. I'm looking forward to meeting him on my way to England.
Weymouth cabled him but had no reply.
Huh? That's quite unlike Smith not to answer.
Is there nothing we can do? Oh, I don't mean you're not doing all that's humanly possible, Dr. Petrie, but do you think we're justified in waiting?
I don't. But I doubt if either of the men I mentioned could suggest any treatment other than the one we're following. Physically, Barton's gaining every day. It's his mental condition that puzzles me.
Is it contrary to your experience? I mean your experience with the strange drug that was used in his case?
It is, yes. The astounding feature of Fu Manchu's methods was their clean-cut effects. His poisons served their purpose invariably. His antidotes restored to normal. Here comes Weymouth.
I hope he has good news.
Hello, Mr. Weymouth.
Hello.
You look as though a long drink with a lump of ice in it would fill the bill.
It would, Miss Rima.
Any luck?
Well, a number of people in and around Luxor know Madame Ingomar, but no one can tell me where she lives.
Obviously, then, she's rented a villa or is living in the native quarter.
Obviously, Petrie. My native agent reported this morning. She doesn't live in the native quarter. I've just come from a personal inspection of the list of available villas. She doesn't occupy any of them.
Scotland Yard methods, Greville, have been pretty harshly criticized by those who know nothing about them. But you'll agree they don't fail in thoroughness. I stand corrected, Weymouth, old chap.
What is it, Petrie?
Nothing. Nothing, Greville. That tall Arab that just came in. I seem to get something vaguely familiar in his carriage.
The Arab. It's the man we saw in Camp Shan. He's the man who followed Madame Ingomar.
Jove, you're right. I'll handle this. A clue at last, Weymouth.
We'll see who the fellow is. Come along, Petrie. You too, if you like, Miss Reamer. Greville's going to the desk.
A tall Arab just came in, Rankin. Went up in the lift. Where's he gone?
He's in the service of one of our guests, Mr. Greville, gentleman of the diplomatic service.
Nevertheless, I'd like to speak to him. His being a servant of a diplomat doesn't alter the fact that he's been prowling around our camp over in the valley. Who is this diplomat?
Why, Mr. Fletcher, I beg pardon, Mr. Greville, but I have orders in this matter.
Well, I respect your orders, Rankin, but there can't be any objection to my speaking to Mr. Fletcher's Arab servant, can there?
Well, I'm sure that...
How about it, Mr. Weymouth?
We'll see this Arab, Rankin, now.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Weymouth, of course. If you'll excuse me a moment, gentlemen, I'll phone from the private office.
What the deuce is this all about, Greville?
I don't know. It's apparent they want to keep me from questioning this Arab. The devil. Is everyone in with our enemies?
We'll find the fellow, Greville, if we have to search every room in the hotel. I'd like a word with him myself.
Rankin isn't wanting him.
Oh, not likely. Rankin knows better than that.
It was a bit difficult, gentlemen, but if Dr. Petrie and Mr. Greville will be good enough to go up to number 36, Mr. Fletcher will be pleased to see them.
That invitation includes me, Rankin, though my name wasn't mentioned. Come along, gentlemen.
You go back up to Sir Lionel's room, Reamer. I'll call you if we learn anything.
Yes, yes.
Heaven knows we've had enough trouble without the appearance of this unknown diplomat. I've never met a diplomat by the name of Fletcher. Can you imagine why he should ask me to come up?
I can't. What's more, I don't know of any British diplomat named Fletcher who's just arrived. I'd have been notified. Well, here's 36.
Come in, gentlemen. My name is Fletcher, Dr. Petrie and Mr. Greville, I believe. And Weymouth.
I thought there was a bit of a mystery here. Since when, Fletcher, have you become a diplomat? Ha! Gentlemen, meet Inspector Fletcher of Scotland Yard.
Quite a surprise, Weymouth. Mutually so, eh? It is my Arab servant that you gentlemen want to see. Step right on through into the next room, please.
There he is. That's the man, Weymouth. There by the window.
Come in.
I say, my friend, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Allah grant I may know the replies to the Effendi's question.
You'll know them right enough, Habib.
Perhaps, Sidi. If Weymouth Effendi will ask, it may be that I shall answer.
So you know me, eh? Well, then you'll know that I...
Know you, Weymouth. God bless you, old chap. And you, Petrie, come in.
You old man. What is this?
Well, by the gods...
Petrie, old boy. There was no other way. By Jove, it's good to see you chaps again. Forgive this make-up, gentlemen, but there's very much at stake.
Greville, let me present you to Commissioner Nayland Smith of Scotland Yard.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. By the injection of a mysterious elixir discovered by Dr. Fu Manchu, Paulo Sui, Dr. Fu's daughter, has left Sir Lionel Barton in a state of suspended animation, and through hypnotic influence, has forced him to reveal to her his method of breaking into the tomb of the Black Ape. From the tomb, she has removed certain secrets vital to the Sea Fan, and has called a meeting of the Council of Seven, heads of the dread organization. Nayland Smith has discovered her headquarters in the city of El Kaga, and with Dr. Petrie, Superintendent Weymouth, and Shan Greville, arrives in that city intending to be present at the meeting. As they arrive near the house, Petrie and Weymouth are attacked. Smith and Greville, hearing their cries, hurry to their assistance.
There they are, Greville. Petrie, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right here.
Weymouth?
All clear.
My flashlight. No light. They might see it from the house. Weymouth, who are they?
Lamas, Tibetan monks, 2 of them.
They jumped us as we climbed into the road.
Both out?
Oh, by good luck, I managed to knock out my man.
I think I've strangled mine. He was gouging my eye, blast him.
Gad, we've found a way into that house. This is the hand of Providence.
Hey, into that house? No, it's too infernally dangerous. You can't risk that.
I've got to risk it, Weymouth. Too much at stake to hesitate. How the deuce are we going to tie them up?
Well, 2 of us wear turbans. It's 12 feet of stout linen. What more do we want? Give me a hand here, Greville.
Good. Right. We'll tie and gag them. Leave them down there in the hollow. Get those camel hair robes off and the headgear. Greville and I will use them. These 2 were bound for that meeting. We'll take their places.
There, Weymouth. I think that'll hold him.
Right. Unless someone turns him loose, he'll stay there till that linen rots. How are you coming, Petrie?
Oh, we're all set.
Get into these things, Greville. Remember the sign those Afghans used to get in? See, Fan. Then the Muslim salutation.
Yes, I know.
Weymouth, your job is to raise a party inside half an hour to surround that house. Off you go. Good luck, Petrie. I count on you both. Come on, Greville. Steady, Greville. This is it. Remember the sign.
Sang Nali Lai.
Sang Si Fan.
Enter, honorable brothers. Follow the fast to the house. Enter and be conducted further.
Nasty spot, Smith. Our chances hang by a slim thread. Suppose the monks are known to someone in that house.
If that's the case, we're lost. We've got to chance it. Can't go back now.
The groups gathered in that cafe back there were obviously strangers to each other. But there must be some central figure to whom they're all known. Wait.
What is it?
We're trapped.
How so?
One of those monks wore a silver ring set with an emerald. I noticed it as I helped Weymouth tie him up. We should have...
Look here.
You have it.
It was his mark of identity. Come on. Our hesitation will be noticed. Quiet. Here's the house.
The door's open. Do we go right in?
Yes. Oh. The old Oriental on the divan beside the closed door at the end of the hall is the Mandarin Ki Ming. If he recognizes me, we are lost. Keep your face covered with your cowl. Come on. Look.
The emerald ring on his index finger. The right hand, Smith. You quiet.
We are all brothers of the Sea Fan.
Sea Fan.
Your honorable identification?
It is here.
The Emerald of the Sea Fan. Enter and be shown to your places.
Greville, show no surprise at anything you see. Come on.
7 black cushions. 2 vacant. Ours?
Hope so.
Your places await you, brothers of the Sea Fan. Be seated.
Sit down close behind me.
Gad, this place is like a room out of the Arabian Nights.
Turk, Afghans, dacoits, all here. We're the last. The man at your right, shaky smile, head of the Hashishin. Devil if ever there was one. Careful, he's watching. And now, Ki Ming. The meeting is about to open. Watch the dais at the end of the room. Farlow Sui will probably come through those double doors at the back.
The Council of Seven is ready.
Madame Ingomar.
Follow Sui.
Welcome, brothers of the Seafan. You, the Council of Seven, have been called to this meeting from your various distant provinces because of certain great secrets which, concealed from you for these many years, have at last been found. It is now that...
Wait! Who comes, John?
Two brothers from the Lamasery of Minganla, of the Mongolian Brotherhood.
By Cadsmith, the Tibetan monks, they've gotten loose.
We're in for it.
Therefore, the two Lama monks present now are imposters.
The woman hasn't moved. If I can get to her, I'll cover her with my pistol. Stand perfectly still, Follow Sui. I have a pistol at your back. Now, one wrong move and I'll kill you. Tell your crowd to settle down, quick.
Kiming! My brothers, stop where you are. Well, and now, Commissioner Nayland Smith.
Know me, do you? You should. I've trailed you long enough.
What do you want?
You personally, my dear lady, will escort Mr. Greville and me from this house. Once outside...
Mr. Greville? You say he came with you? Where is he?
Ask your men. He was here a moment ago. I want him delivered unharmed outside this house. Your men will remain here. You and I leave. Quick, give the order.
Very well. Kiming, you and our friends remain here in this room. I shall escort Mr. Nayland Smith to the outer gate. See to it that Mr. Sean Greville is brought to me there, unharmed.
It shall be as the Lady Follow Sui commands.
You are satisfied, Mr. Smith?
We'll see. Lead the way. And keep this in mind, my lady. If you plan to lead me into a trap, you'll find this pistol is no toy.
Come. Open the gate, Chong.
What about Greville?
He will be here presently. Tell me, Mr. Smith, how did you know I was here in Kaka, at the house of Ishmael?
Beside the point. If Shan Greville isn't here in 2 minutes...
Oh! Well done, Ishmael. But enough for the present. The other, Shan Greville?
The Mandarin-Kiming ordered him placed in the secret room beneath the house, lady.
Bring him to my chamber at once, and send Dr. Li King Su to me.
It shall be done, lady. And this one?
Shall be given a breath of mimosa, and placed in your cellar, where he may lie until he rots.
A taste of the knife would be better, lady. If not for them both, at least for this one. I have an old score to settle with him.
No. Place him in your cellar, and just beyond his reach, leave a jar of water. It is known in my country, Ishmael, as the protracted death.
Ah, I see Ishmael was successful. Lady Follow Sui, I have taken the liberty as president of the Council of Seven to issue orders.
What were they, Kiming?
I have postponed this meeting until further notice.
Why?
Do you remember the raid on a similar gathering some years ago in London?
Well?
This man, Nayland Smith, is no fool. He did not come to El Kaga alone. If this house is not already being watched, it will surely be raided within the hour.
You think so, Kiming?
I am positive, lady. Therefore, we must leave immediately. I have given orders accordingly. Those secrets found in the tomb of the Black Ape are being packed. The house must be discovered, deserted, and we must move quickly.
Oh, the devil, Weymouth. This delay while the Mudir makes up his mind is maddening.
It is. Official red tape is an infernal nuisance at such times.
Smith said half an hour. It's been an hour and more since we left them. Why the devil doesn't the old Arab move?
The Mudir has given orders, Effendi. There will be 20 members of the local police at your disposal immediately.
Oh, thank heaven.
My respects to the Mudir and thank him for his prompt action. The police
are already on the way to the house of Ishmael under the able leadership of Chief Ali Yusuf.
Good. Come along, Petrie. Pray heaven we're not too late.
Well, here we are. Well, the place looks deserted. Not a light showing.
You wish the house surrounded, Weymouth Effendi.
We're too late for that. We're going in.
It shall be as the Effendi commands. I and my men are under his orders.
Jove, Weymouth. The gate's open. Come on, men. Hurry.
Search the place from roof to cellar. Don't miss so much as a rat hole. Chief, send some of your men to the upper floor.
You and the rest come with us.
Well, Weymouth Effendi, it is done. Hang.
By the gods, Petrie, there isn't a soul in the place. It's as empty as a tomb.
But Smith, Greville, they must be somewhere.
Weymouth Effendi, I just found this on the floor.
Pocket handkerchief, initial G in the corner. By gad, it's Greville's.
They've gone, Weymouth. And they've taken Smith and Greville with them.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. From the tomb of the Black Ape, Falo Sui, alias Madame Ingomar, Fu Manchu's daughter, has removed certain long-buried secrets which have enabled her to call a meeting of the Council of Seven, the representative heads of the Sea Fund. Nayland Smith and Shan Greville, disguised as Mongolian monks, are present at the meeting while Weymouth and Dr. Petrie had gone to the Mudir, or native mayor of Kaga, for help. Smith and Greville, their identity discovered, are overpowered, and Smith, bound hand and foot, is thrown into a secret dungeon in the cellar of the house in which the meeting was held. Weymouth and Petrie, reinforced by native police, arrive to find the house deserted, with no trace of either Smith or Greville. In an inconspicuous hotel in the environs of Paris, Dr. Fu Manchu, in the garb of an Occidental, hovers over a small, black-lacquered case lying open on the table before him. As he touches a button, tiny lamps glow dimly. A speck of red light appears in the open lid. Fu Manchu leans forward and...
X-radio calling 5. X-radio calling 5. X-radio calling 5. 5 reporting to X-radio. Contact. Your report leaking Sioux. From Cairo. The meeting of the Council of Seven held last night was abruptly terminated by the discovery of Commissioner Nayland Smith and Shan Greville, Sir Lionel Barton's secretary, disguised as lamas from Mingamla. Our old friend, Mr. Nayland Smith. Continue. Nayland Smith, a prisoner, was left in a secret chamber. The lady Falo Sui, her personal servants, myself and Shan Greville, abandoned the house immediately. Falo Sui abducted Shan Greville. To what end? It appears, Master, that the lady Falo Sui is strongly attracted to Mr. Greville. He did not go willingly? No, Master. At the lady's command, I injected elixir catalepsy. Her plans for this unwilling suitor and for the immediate future? The lady plans to remain in Cairo for the time being. She then intends to proceed to London by way of Marseille. No definite date set for departure. Mr. Greville, she plans to take with her.
You have covered your tracks well, my friend. You are not suspected of still being in my confidence?
No, master.
Good. Pay attention. I am now in Paris. I shall precede you to London. My X-radio key shall be open each night between 11 and midnight. Report nightly between those hours.
Weymouth, oh, thank heaven you're back. Any news from Alexandria?
None, Petrie. 'Tis as though she had never been. My entire force has drawn blank. MacLeod may strike something. He's in Port Said working on a plain hunch.
Gad, the Council of Seven dispersed into thin air. Nayland Smith missing, Greville missing, and Said disappeared with the car. Where the devil can they have all gotten to?
Heaven knows. But there's not a trace, not the slightest clue.
Well, I have a bit of good news as far as Barton is concerned.
So?
You remember I cabled Hawkins of London, the brain specialist, regarding a suggested treatment for Sir Lionel?
Yes.
Well, he cabled back saying he had communicated my problem to a Dr. Amber, a former assistant who, fortunately, was in Cairo at the moment and would call.
Oh, did he?
Yes, while you were in Alexandria. He suggested a treatment and sent me some odd preparation with instructions for its use.
Oh.
I injected and, well, Barton has fully recovered.
By Jove, that is good news.
Let me add, Weymouth, excepting that he has absolutely no recollection of what took place from the time he was attacked in his tent until he opened his eyes in the hotel at Luxor.
Ah, blast it, then we're still in the dark about what they found in the tomb. Is there any chance of his ever remembering?
I don't know, Weymouth, to be frank.
How about this Dr. Amber? Can't he suggest anything?
Well, Dr. Amber has left his hotel. I was informed he'd gone to Europe last week.
But otherwise, Sir Lionel's all right, eh?
He's still a bit weak. Otherwise, he's as fit as ever. The stuff Dr. Amber sent me, as suggested by Hawkins, acted almost like one of Fu Manchu's antidotes. Yes? Oh, just a moment. For you, old chap.
Thanks. Hello? Yes, MacLeod. Who chartered her? Oh, I see. Put that on the radio to Marseille with instructions for port authorities and police to board and search. Never mind that. I'll take the responsibility. Goodbye. I wonder now.
What was it?
It's possible that MacLeod has struck a lead. He's been over the books of the Suez Canal Company and found where a steamer chartered by the Minpack Transportation Company Limited cleared Port Said last week for Marseille.
Well, I imagine many steamers, even under charter, clear for Marseille.
Aye, but not all of them cleared with 6 passengers, 1 woman and 5 men. The woman was veiled, traveling with her invalid brother. Her 4 servants were all Hindus or Burmese.
What? Gad, Weymouth. Could it be?
Tis enough for me to take a chance on. I'm taking indefinite leave. I'll try heading them off at Marseille by plane.
You're chartering a special plane?
I am. On His Majesty's service, Petrie. I'll be leaving in an hour.
Good. Make room for Katame and me.
Sorry, gentlemen, but my charter party left the ship the minute we docked, 3 hours ago.
As your passenger, you saw the woman. Can you describe her, Captain?
Well, she was taking care of her invalid brother, an Englishman. His servants brought him aboard on a stretcher. But if she was English and his sister, well, then I'm a Hindu.
Were her eyes green?
Aye, brilliant and long and green as jade.
Did she keep to her cabin?
Yes, she did, mister. She was a beauty. Eurasian, or I don't know my women.
Any heavy baggage?
Some. Boxes, bales, and a lot of trunks. All went overland to London.
I'm satisfied, Weymouth.
So am I. I'll clear you to the port authorities and the police, Captain. As your papers are all in order, I'll see that you're not held. Come along, Petrie. The Paris plane leaves in half an hour. We'll connect with the Imperial Airways liner tonight and be in London by morning.
So, Weymouth, that's your plan of attack here in London?
Yes, Yale. We're acting in accordance with the policy adopted by Commissioner Nayland Smith. Not a word to the press of this.
Right, sir. Then you're ordering a raid on that Limehouse place?
Yes, your report warrants it. You say that apart from the presence of Asiatics, who have no business in that section, especially at night, a smartly dressed Eurasian woman visits the place.
Right, sir. She's been seen twice, last night and the night before. I've secretly examined some of those bales and cases stored in the sheds on the dock. It's contraband, sir, if I've ever seen any. Smuggled goods every bit.
Very well, Yale. Make your arrangements. We raid the place tonight. Have enough men to surround the place, and I hope the woman will be there.
Well, Mr. Greville, you are feeling better?
Yes, I suppose so. I've been ill.
Quite ill.
Where's Nilan Smith?
Nilan Smith?
Yes. He's here in Kaga, too.
El Kaga? Oh, I see. Don't think about it, Mr. Greville. Just now you need rest.
What is that? Steamer whistle in Kaga?
Rest, Mr. Greville. Sleep if you can. I'll see that you are taken care of.
But I'm sure I hear river sounds.
Mr. Greville, you have been ill.
Leaking still?
Yes, lady.
He is better?
Much improved, lady. Yet he thinks himself still in El Kaga.
Leave me alone with him.
Yes, lady.
You are better, Shan?
Madame Ingemar. Then I have you to thank for this.
Yes, Shan. I saved your life at great peril to my own. You have been very ill, my dear. But I have nursed you because you are young and life is good. I want you to live and love and be happy. With me.
With you?
Yes, son. Don't you understand?
But Rima Barton and
For the moment, son, forget Rima Barton. If I wish, I can will you to love me, and you would be unable to refuse. Would you have it that way, my dear?
No. Rima and I are...
The little girl is charming. She will not be harmed. And if it will make you happy, you shall have her. Later. But no. You cannot oppose my will, Shan Greville. I can control your mind. Make you do gladly whatever I wish. Look at me, Shan Greville.
No. Good heavens. The room, it's growing large. Oh, it's fading. Rima.
Look at me.
Rima.
Look at me. You fool. You might have had the world at your feet. You refuse my love. The warning.
That cry, what is it? I heard it last in Dr. Petrie's home in Cairo. Are we in Cairo?
Wait. I'm coming back.
Easy on that landing. All right, man. Take that door, Jim. Right. Listen, come on.
Nothing here, sir.
Smith. Nayland Smith. Shan Greville. Are you there? All right. Carry on, men. Don't miss the single door.
Weymouth! Weymouth! In here!
Look. All right, let's break it down. Use your axe.
By Gad, Greville! Oh, Weymouth. Thank heavens.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Through the quick action of Nayland Smith, Shan Greville, Superintendent Weymouth, and a cordon of police escape disaster when a powder keg concealed by Farlow Swee in a gypsy camp wagon explodes. Later, back in London, Greville meets the mysterious Dr. Amber, who proves to be Lee King Soo, chief assistant to Dr. Fu Manchu. Lee warns Greville of grave danger to Smith at the hands of Fu Manchu's daughter, and Greville, hurrying back to his hotel, is kidnapped by Farlow Swee. Meanwhile, Superintendent Weymouth and Inspector Yale have followed Smith's telephonic instructions to go to a house at 18 South Road, Finchley. Place it and the surrounding neighborhood under close guard. We find Weymouth and Yale sitting in a dark police car across the street from the house.
Don't you think it's odd, Weymouth? We were here close to 8. It's now 1:15. Not a sound from that house.
Well, Smith made certain that I got his instructions correctly. I repeated them after him. I can't have made a mistake.
Think we'd better disregard orders and have a look in there?
We were to make no move until he signaled. Let's give him a bit more time. Who's in charge of the men?
Rumson. Over there in the shadow of that wall. Well, this is 18 South Road, Finchley. But it does seem odd he'd stay in there so long.
Yale, do you remember several years ago the raid on the Council of 7 here in London?
I read the reports. Yes.
It's just possible that this may be another of those meetings. It may be the lead Smith has been working on.
Perhaps we'd better go in, Weymouth. Smith may be in trouble. Can't give the signal.
All right. We'll give him 10 minutes. If we don't hear from him then, in we go.
Five calling X-radio. 5 calling X-radio.
X-radio connected. Report 5.
Your instructions as regards Mr. Greville have been followed. He will attempt to warn Nayland Smith.
Good. I shall be prepared to act in case he fails to reach Mr. Smith. As for you, leave London at once and await me in Marseille. You have covered your tracks?
To the best of my ability, Master. Still, I feel that I am closely watched.
Then leave immediately. Now, the address of the Regent Park House.
On Albert Road, opposite the park. The address is number 24. It is, they are here, Master. Pharaoh's car. No!
You are awake, Shan. Look at me. You are all right now.
Where am I?
You are at my home in Regent Park.
Why have you brought me here? Why am I tied to this chair?
You are here, Shan, because I wish to talk to you. You are fastened in that chair to prevent your doing something you might later regret.
Well, what do you want?
The chief purpose of my visit to England was defeated by your friend Nayland Smith. My further plans are in abeyance pending his removal.
So you do find him a bit of a nuisance?
I could have dealt with him alone, but one of my people proved treacherous. In your pocket, Shan, you had 2 addresses. One was that of Dr. Murray, in whose house Nayland Smith is hiding. The other was that of 18 South Road, Finchley.
You took them, of course. Where did you say we are?
Does it make any difference? If you knew, the information would not help you. Lee King Soo was a traitor, Shan. No doubt he expected a great reward for his treachery.
Who's Lee King Soo?
You are naive, Shan, dear.
Yes, lady?
Bring in the trunk, Feroz.
The little accident you planned for me failed to work, thanks to a constable. Why did you try to have me run down this evening?
For that, Shan, I am really sorry. My orders were misconstrued. But don't worry, my dear. The servant who made the error has been punished. You recognize this trunk, Shan?
I never saw it before. Whose is it?
You see the letters LKS there on the side?
Of course.
Do not lie, Shan.
You saw this trunk in the room of Li King Su this evening. Open it, Feroz. Look, Shan.
Good heavens. Li King Su.
The traitor.
Is he dead?
Close the trunk, Feroz, and remove it.
You murdered him.
Murder is a harsh word, Shan. Li King Su was punished in a just manner.
Just bosh.
There is another trunk for Nayland Smith, who has just been captured and is on his way here now. There is also one for you, Shan. But no harm shall come to you. You will merely sleep until we are back in Indochina.
You're mad. A raving lunatic.
Your feet and body are secured to that chair. Your hands are free. Do not try to untie the ropes. It would be a useless effort.
Ah, Feroz, the gatekeeper.
It is wine, bread, and meat.
Doped, of course. Maybe not, though. I'm at your mercy. Secret poisoning would be unnecessary. Well, let's see. I almost wish it were poison.
I am glad, Shan, you are being sensible. You will need your philosophy unless you are prepared to face another injection of elixir catalepsy. You may go, Feroz.
So I'm finally to be shipped out as baggage, eh?
Oh, not yet, Shan. Perhaps not at all, if you will listen to reason.
No.
You mean that, Shan?
Very definitely yes.
Then I must resort to other methods. I am sorry, Shan. Take Mr. Gravel to the small salon upstairs, Feroz. See that his hands and feet are well bound. Don't resist, Shan. I warn you.
And if I did?
He could strangle you with one hand. Do as I ask. In half an hour I shall free you again, and then we will talk. Return when you have finished, Feroz. I have work for you.
Hearing is obeying, lady. You will notice the window is barred, Effendi. And I suggest the Effendi make no noise, or it will be my pleasure to return and silence him permanently.
Shan, dear.
Well, what do you want? What's the knife for?
I am trying to guess what you will do when I release you.
What do you think?
We shall see. I shall cut your bonds. So. Oh, careful, Shan. There is a desire to strangle me in your eyes. Feroz.
Lady call?
Remain outside the door. I shall call if I need you.
Yes, lady.
You see, Shan, he would tear you limb from limb. So, sit down. Sit down and listen. You must know by now that you cannot oppose me. You cannot refuse it, if I will it otherwise.
Well?
Once I offered you the world. You refused. Again, I tell you, I am powerful. More powerful than any potentate living. A great country to the north is ripe for my purpose. You shall be my emperor.
A great honor.
My agents will remove the present rulers of that country. It will become a part of Asia. My Asia. Other nations shall be forced to submit. The train is laid, Shan.
You actually believe it yourself?
The one man who yet stands in my way shall be removed tonight.
Nayland Smith?
Nayland Smith. But I am lonely, Shan. And all I see before me ends in nothing if it brings me power and not love.
You're mad, Follow Sui. This dream of yours, and it's only a wild dream, can't be realized. And as for love...
Why do you think, Shan, that I chose you during those early days in Egypt to show me over the excavations of the tomb of the Black Ape? Why, Shan? Why do you wish to strangle me? Look at me, Shan. Look at my eyes. They are lovely eyes, Shan. Lovely eyes. And I am lovely.
What? What do you want?
This is not a dream. This is real. You know me, Shan. You have always known me. And you love me, Shan. You love me, Follow Sui.
Love you, Follow Sui. Oh, yes.
Careful! Careful!
What? What's that? It's Smith.
No. Look at me. Feroz!
Ready?
Bind this one. Carry him to the room below.
Yes, ready.
Careful, Feroz. Don't harm him yet. You're a fool, Shan. I gave you the choice. You have chosen. Take him below, Feroz. Put him on the divan there. Leave him bound.
I suppose, Follow Sui, I played my hand badly.
Come, Feroz.
Well, I certainly bungled that one.
Careful. Over here.
Smith. Great Scott, man, you're hurt. You're bleeding.
It's nothing. Just a bump.
How did you know I was here?
You left your cigarette case on the coffee table there. I knew what she was up to, so I shouted for you. One of her dacoits silenced me.
Oh, Smith, this is my doing. Our being in this mess is my fault. Well, what now? What about Weymouth and Yale?
Oh, it's no use, Greville. They can't help us. I made a mistake. They're in Finchley watching the wrong house.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. In the mysterious Dr. Amber, Shan Greville discovers Li King Su, Dr. Fu Manchu's chief assistant, and from him learns that Nayland Smith is about to enter a trap set for him by Follow Sui. In leaving Li King Su's apartment, Greville himself is kidnapped and taken to Follow Sui's house. Under the spell of her hypnotic influence, he sees in her not the arch-villainess, but an exotically beautiful woman who professes to be madly in love with him. About to take her in his arms, a distant shout from Nayland Smith calling his name breaks the spell. Furious, Follow Sui has him carried bound hand and foot to a room in which he finds Nayland Smith, also a prisoner.
I've made my last mistake, Greville. By my own instructions, Weymouth and Yale are watching the wrong house. They're at 18 South Road, Finchley.
Good heavens.
I thought I'd found a secret base of operations in the house of Dr. Murray, who bought out Petrie's practice several years ago. I've used the place before for the same purpose. Naturally, I took great pains to have myself invited there as a guest.
They knew what you were up to?
Evidently, and for some time past. I discovered, too late, of course, that Murray's parlor maid, a Miss Palmer, is a spy for the enemy. Oh, she doesn't know the real identity of her employer, but she has been useful to them.
Smith, we've got to get out of this somehow.
No use struggling with those lashings, Greville. You couldn't hope to get out of them. They're the work of a specialist, a Dyak sailor.
A fellow with the mark of Kali on his forehead? He helped the other fellow tie me up. I thought he was a Burmese.
A member of the murder group, yes. A Burmese, no. He belongs to Borneo.
But we can't just sit here.
Now, relax, old chap. It's no use, I tell you. I've been tied up by these fellows before.
Oh, what a mess. What did you mean when you said Weymouth and Yale were watching the wrong house?
I mean that because of my stupidity, we're going to pay a stiff price. You see, Yale sent me a clue today. Faked, though he didn't know it. He picked it up in Limehouse somewhere. Fragments of torn-up correspondence in Chinese and cipher notes. I broke them down by 4 o'clock. It revealed a Finchley address. So I phoned Weymouth from Murray's.
I was with him this afternoon.
I gave him the address, 18 South Road. Told him to stand by from 8 o'clock on until he heard further from me.
And what of this spy in Murray's house, this maid?
Well, as I came into the reception room, she was at the phone.
Yes, Palmer speaking. His name is Nayland Smith. He is...
All for me, Palmer?
Who? Oh, no, there's no one by the name of Nayland Smith at this address. You must have the wrong number. Oh, Mr. Smith, it was somebody, a lady, sir. She asked if Mr. Nayland Smith lived or was visiting here.
I see. And you followed instructions, of course, by saying that no one of that name was here. Very good, Palmer.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Enough, Greville, to talk herself out of it. But I had my suspicions. So it's all the less excusable that I should have walked into this trap.
But how did you get to this address? How did you get here?
Well, it's usually fairly safe to pick up a taxi on the main road, but when I left Murray's house to go to 18 South Road in Finchley, I made a ridiculous blunder.
How so?
I left by the side door. A taxi drew up at the curb and opened the door. I stepped in and... end of story. The windows were fastened, the door locked automatically behind me. A charge of gas was blown into the car and... well, here I am.
They were waiting for you.
Why, of course. I'm getting old, Greville. Genghis Khan must have used that trick in his ox carts.
Then Weymouth and Yale?
Weymouth and Yale with a flying squad are covering the house of some perfectly innocent citizen in Finchley. What they'll do when I don't give them the prearranged signal, I can't imagine.
And they haven't the ghost of a clue to where we are.
Exactly, Greville, they haven't.
Beside Regent's Canal, that's all I know about it. I saw the canal from an upper window.
Which doesn't help us much. But you, how did you land in this mess?
Why, I was on my way back to the Park Avenue after my interview with Lee King Soo.
What interview? Well, what do you mean?
Well, after Weymouth left my room, the phone rang.
Mm-hmm.
It was our mysterious friend, Dr. Amber. He asked me to come to his rooms. When I got there, I discovered, or rather he informed me, that his name was Lee King Soo.
Yes, go on.
Well, he told me that you were in great danger. They waylaid me just outside Lee King Soo's door. Here I am. And that's what I meant when I said that I was the cause of our being here. Had I phoned Weymouth from the Burlington Arcade instead of making for the hotel...
He might have gotten in touch with me in time to prevent this.
Well, after my arrival, Follow Sui showed me Lee King Soo in a trunk. They got him in the meantime.
I understand.
He appeared to be dead.
So Lee King Soo was the mysterious Dr. Amber. Do you know who Lee King Soo really is, Greville?
Apart from being a graduate of Canton University, no.
Dr. Fu Manchu's chief assistant.
Great Scott.
Does that mean anything to you?
Why, by Jove. If that's the case, then Dr. Fu Manchu is responsible for Sir Lionel's recovery and mine.
Precisely. And Lee said that my aims and theirs were identical for the moment. What could he have meant by that? By Jove, Greville, I think I have it. Spying on Fa Lo Sui by Fu Manchu's orders, without a doubt.
And what about her having stolen power, which had to be restored to somebody?
Right. Good Lord, why couldn't I have seen this? Listen, the doorbell.
Quick, Meadows, take your knife and stand here. See that they remain silent.
What's this?
Better do it, old chap. He means business.
I still have something to say to Mr. Smith later. But if they make one sound, use your knife, Meadows.
Smith.
Silence. Not a sound, it'll be your last.
An unexpected visit of some kind, Greville. Listen.
How do you do? We're looking for a young lady. She was supposed to have come to this address.
It's Weymouth.
Silence.
No.
A divine opportunity wasted.
What was he doing here? What did he mean?
Can't you guess, Greville?
And who the deuce was the old lady with the quavery voice?
That will do, Meadows. You may leave now.
Look, Smith. The old lady, black gloves, white hair, glasses. Follow Swee.
A difficult moment, Shan. Something I had not foreseen and not provided for. A keener brain such as yours, Mr. Smith, might have questioned the gloves, even in the case of an eccentric old lady.
Your hands are rather distinctive, Farlow Swee.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. A person was traced here. Fortunately, the taxi driver who brought the person was in doubt about the number.
Fortunate for you that Superintendent Weymouth didn't see through your disguise.
It was nevertheless clever of him to find the man who had driven her from the station.
The lady. I thought so. I know who it is.
I respect you, Mr. Smith. So much so that your removal is necessary to my plans. I promise you that removal will be swift and painless.
Thanks.
A traitor has already paid the price. When Lee King Soo and you are found together, the inference will be obvious. And I have arranged for you to be found at the Limehouse end of the Regent's Canal.
Congratulations. You wear the cloak of your lamented father gracefully.
For you, Shan, I have pleasant duties in Indochina, but I must return immediately. My work here unfinished because of you, Nayland Smith. But I am not jealous, Shan, and you shall not be lonely. Farrow!
Shan,
Good heavens, Rima.
Oh, I suspected this.
they said you were ill, Shan, and I came at once without waiting to tell anyone. Oh, Shan, what is it?
Be silent, child. Sit down. Leave us, Farrow. Rima, Shan Greville attracts me, apart from which he has qualities which will prove useful when we are in Egypt. However, I do not wish to steal him from you. He would be unhappy without you.
And so you intend taking us to the east. How are you going to accomplish this?
Let me finish. Nayland Smith has checked me, would always check me. He knows too much of my plans. So do you, Shan. If Superintendent Weymouth had come alone, he would have remained also.
After I'm gone, he might become dangerous.
Nevertheless, he must wait. His coming here tonight was an accident, due to my consideration of your happiness.
My happiness? I see. Alone I might prove difficult. With Rima in your power, I might become your slave. Clever fellow, Sweet.
More and more I regret the absence of Dr. Fu Manchu. I'd rather deal with him than with his daughter.
Why do you assume my father to be dead?
I don't assume anything of the kind. I know he's alive.
How do you know?
It's my business to know.
Yes. Dr. Fu Manchu is alive. But his age prohibits his traveling. Otherwise, he would probably be here in England now.
Smith, she doesn't...
Quiet.
You spoke, Shan?
No, nothing.
The work that my father laid down, I have taken up. The Sifan, Mr. Smith, is a power again. Shan, do you choose that you and Rima travel as baggage, or will you bow to the inevitable?
Agree. Men alive, agree. You know what she means to do.
No, Shan. I don't know what she means. I can only guess. But you wouldn't bargain.
He would. So would I if I had the chance. Don't be foolish, Rima. This isn't a game of tennis.
But, Mr. Smith...
You don't know the rules of this game. There's only one thing to play for, life. While one of us lives, there's always a chance that that one may win. Agree, Greville. It's 9,000 miles to China with 2 active brains alert. Anything may happen.
I agree. On the distinct understanding that Rima is not to be harmed, or in any way molested, and that Mr. Smith is released tonight.
I will not release Mr. Smith.
Then, follow Sui, it's a stalemate.
Stalemate? By no means. You will both go to Indochina whether you like the idea or not, as baggage in a trunk.
Don't be a fool, man. Do as I say. Agree.
No, Shan, no. You...
Look out. Behind you, Greville. Chinese cabinet. It's opening.
Farrow! Ahmed, quick!
Stand where you are.
By the great image.
Kneel, Palusui, you little thief. Kneel. I am standing.
Greville, it's Dr. Fu Manchu.
shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. In Basra, Nayland Smith learns of Sir Lionel Barton's explorations on the Persian-Afghan border and connects the Orientalist activities with the rumored rebirth of the prophet El-Mokana. He learns that Barton has taken temporary quarters in East Pahan and immediately takes a plane for that city. In East Pahan, Barton, who has discovered the sacred relics of Mokana and is trying to get them out of the country, is being questioned by a representative of the United States government and a British intelligence officer with regard to the death of Van Berg, Barton's late American associate. Van Berg has been murdered. During the inquiry, Barton is called away. A few moments later, Rima Barton, Shan Greville, and the British and American representatives are startled by a cry for help from Barton. The cry is followed by 2 shots.
Good heavens, Uncle Lionel!
By Jove, it's come quicker than I thought. Come on, hurry.
First Van Berg, now Sir Lionel. Those confounded relics.
Uncle Lionel, where are you?
Woodville! Over here, the moss!
Oh, thank heaven he's alive.
Come on, hurry!
Are you all right, Sir Lionel?
Yes. It's Ali. They got him as he came out of the door.
I say, look here. Round his throat.
The silken cord of the strangler.
He's breathing. Here, pick him up. That's it. Take him back to the house. Careful.
Blasted, they tried to get me as I stepped out.
In here, Shan. Put him on the couch.
Right. Easy there.
Close call for him. Who were they, did you see?
Nothing. Too dark. There was a fellow waiting in the door. As I opened it, he held out a paper. I reached for it. He grabbed my wrist and jerked. Someone jumped on my back. Tried to slip something over my head.
More than one, eh?
3 or more. I couldn't be sure.
Was that your shot? Apparently you didn't connect.
No. Blast it. The one on my back. I think I broke his arm. Another had Ali down. Others ran when I shouted. I'm sure I hit one, though. He stumbled at my shot. I let him go to help Ali.
Oh, what were they, Sir Lionel? Arabs?
No, I'm certainly not Arab.
Arabs don't use the strangler's cord, Mr. Greville.
He's coming round, Uncle Lionel.
My throat. By the red beard of my hat. Take it easy, old chap. Give me that water, Rima. Here, drink this.
Thanks, Effendi. Allah, I must be getting old. They got away?
Yes, blasted every last one of them.
It appears, Sir Lionel, that my suggestion was not entirely out of order.
What suggestion was that?
That you and your party leave Ispahan for a more healthy climate.
Captain Woodville, I've never run away from trouble. I'm too old to do so now. I'm not one to make threats, nor do I frighten easily at the threats of others.
But beyond the threat stage, this one.
I have business in Ispahan. I can't possibly leave until it's finished. Several days, anyway.
Meanwhile, your niece, Miss Barton here, is in imminent danger of her life.
to say nothing of Mr. Greville.
Nevertheless, it's impossible for me to leave at the moment.
Suit yourself, sir. Had this attempt been successful, Mr. Greville or Miss Barton would have been next in line. Think it over, Sir Lionel. Come along, Strad. I believe we've done all we can here.
Someone to see Greville, Effendi.
Show him in, please.
Well, Greville, interesting book you're reading.
Eh? Smith, where did you drop from?
The sky. Literally. I just landed by plane a few moments ago.
What's the idea?
On special duty. A bit of snooping here and there. Home by way of Basra. But there I picked up some news.
News? What sort of news?
News that completely changed my plans. Oh, I say, just have a look out of your window, will you? I'd like to know if anyone's across the street. Examine that old mosque across there, particularly.
Of course. No, nobody in sight.
I hope you're right. I doubt it, though. Where's Sir Lionel?
I expected him back by now. Remus with him. You must know what's happened here.
I know Dr. Van Berg has been murdered, but that's not why I'm here.
Well, then what did bring you to this godforsaken spot?
There's a dangerous movement on the Afghan border. It's creeping south daily. That's why I'm here. Heaven knows we had trouble enough before. But now that the tribes are arising in response to the mad rumor that El Makan has come out of his tomb to lead them, I don't exactly know where my duty lies.
Then I'm dashed if I
strongly suspect it lies here, in Isfahan. Some madness of Sir Lionel Barton's lies at the bottom of this superstitious rumor. And now it's swept all over the East.
I don't know what it's all about. I don't think Sir Lionel knows exactly. But I do believe that poor Van Berg was killed by some fanatic inspired by this rumor. He died in his room. The manner of his death is still a mystery.
Well, give me the details, will you, Greville? Woodville's report omits almost every essential point.
Well, Van Berg slept in this room here, which since our arrival here we've used as an office. We kept our records and so forth here.
Yes.
The most valuable, a strong iron box in which Sir Lionel has deposited the more valuable record.
What was in it at the time of Van Berg's death?
To the best of my knowledge, 15 plates of thin gold on which were engraved the new creed, Al-Mulkana's version of the Koran, his jeweled sword, and a golden mask.
Do you know why Sir Lionel remains in Isfahan?
He says it's on account of certain business which must be finished before he can leave. What that business is, neither Rima nor I have any idea.
I see. Go on.
Well, Rima awakened me, and when I learned of the disturbance in Van's room, followed by that weird sound, well, I feared the worst.
Did Rima particularly describe that sound?
No, but I think I can.
Oh, well?
It was a low, intermittent whirring, a kind of a roar.
I see.
Well, to reach the stair to Van's room, I had to pass Rima's room.
The moon was up?
Yes, it was very bright.
Was Rima's door open?
Wide open.
Oh, she had a light in her room?
Yes, she'd opened her shutters and was listening for further sounds from Van's room.
Was that when she heard the sound?
No. She heard it as she opened her door to call me.
Does the window in her room face the door?
Why, yes. Does that...
Oh, wait. When you got to Van Berg's room, you found him sprawled over the chest with a knife in his back. Did you examine the window ledge and the shutters?
Well, no.
Was Van Berg armed?
Not when I found him. His revolver lay on the table beside his bed. His flash lamp was also there.
Was he a heavy drinker?
Oh, no, on the contrary.
Odd, Greville. Here's a man already apprehensive of attack. A man who awakens to the certain knowledge that there's someone in his room. And what does he do? He leaps out of bed, unarmed, in semi-darkness, although a flashlight and gun lie under his hand, and throws himself across an iron box. Just reconstruct the scene for yourself, Greville. Was Van Berg's behavior normal?
Well, now that you mention those points, no. Oh, by Jove, I forgot.
Oh, something else?
Yes, the perfume.
Perfume?
There was a strange odor in the room, like mimosa.
Mimosa?
Or something very much like it.
Where was the smell most noticeable, remember?
Yes, near the bed.
Oh, one small point cleared up. But mimosa? Where's the iron box now?
Why,
It's in my room, and I'm waiting for the fiend that killed Van to come and get it. Smith, by all that's holy, Gatman, it's good to see you.
Mr. Smith!
Rima? So, Sir Lionel, you're glad to see me,
Glad? That's not the expression, not half strong enough. I'm in a bit of trouble, old man.
Oh, you admit it, do you? Have I ever found you when you were not in trouble? Apart from myself, old boy, you've caused the powers that be more sleepless nights than anyone else. But you've outdone yourself this time. Why the devil did you have to blow up that tomb?
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. I realize now it was a mistake. Sean, you and Rima run on someplace. Go on, get out. Smith and I want to talk.
You're a bear, Uncle Lionel. Make the lecture you're going to give him a good one, Mr. Smith. He deserves it. Come on, Chef. It's beautiful down here in the garden, Shan. If it weren't for that ghostly old moth towering above us. Thank heaven for Mr. Smith.
Jove, yes. I was never so happy to see a man in my life.
I don't know what it is about him, but I've never experienced such a sense of relief as when I came into that room and found him there. Look, up there at the study window, walking up and down like a caged tiger, laying the law down to Uncle Lionel.
And Smith's the only man Sir Lionel will take a lecture from. It's great to have him here when we need him most. The energy and force in that man seems inexhaustible. All the same, dear, I won't feel easy until we're clear of Ispahan.
Nor I. If only Uncle Lionel weren't so infernally mysterious. What on earth are we staying here for?
I don't know. Oh, by the way, where did you go with him this afternoon?
To Solomon Eshak. You know, funny old jeweler.
Ispahan's mystery of mysteries, old Solomon. But he does get hold of some rare antiques. Say, maybe Sir Lionel's negotiating a deal.
I don't think so. I took along about 40 photographs. Uncle left me wandering around that stuffy old shop for more than an hour, while he and Solomon were locked in an inner room.
And, what became of the photographs?
Oh, Uncle brought them out at the end of the interview. They're back here now.
Oh, I see. Oh, that may explain the mystery. Photographs of the Mokana relics, weren't they?
Yes.
The workmanship on the sword hilt even had Sir Lionel stumped. It's likely he wanted Solomon's opinion, but didn't care to risk taking the sword itself.
Well, it shouldn't take an hour to... Shan.
Yes?
Look through the shrubbery. The window of the mosque, halfway up.
A man. What's he looking at? Staring across the... A bow and arrow, aiming at the study window. Great Scott, they mean to get Smith.
Mr. Smith! The window!
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Lionel Barton has discovered the long-lost relics of the prophet El Mokana and has fled with them to East Bahan, Persia, where his American associate Dr. Van Berg has been mysteriously murdered. In Basra, Nayland Smith has learned of Barton's activities and has connected them with the widely rumored rebirth of the prophet. Taking a plane, he arrives in East Bahan shortly after Van Berg's death. While Smith and Barton discuss the case, Rima and Shan Greville, screened by shrubbery in the garden, see in the window of the mosque across the street a shadowy figure, aiming an arrow at Smith, who stands with his back to the window of Barton's study. Rima screams a warning as the archer lets fly with his arrow. Then Greville and Rima rush to Sir Lionel's study.
That arrow, did it hit anyone?
All right, Rima. Thanks to you. Your screams did it. Missed me by a hair. Look here. No, don't touch it. That arrowhead carries a deadly poison.
Poison? We saw a man from the garden. We were hidden from the mosque with the bushes. He didn't see us until Rima screamed.
I only just saw him aiming the arrow.
Just a moment, Rima. Greville, have you ever explored that mosque across the way?
Yes, but I didn't find anything interesting.
According to Smith, and that arrow proves he's right, that mosque is very interesting.
Had you any special reason for exploring it, Greville?
Well, yes. I got in this morning through a window on the north side. I thought, or rather Rima did, that someone was watching us on one occasion.
What occasion?
During the inquiry into Van Berg's death, when Stratton and Woodville were here.
You never mentioned that to me.
That's all I wanted to know, Greville. And now I want to impress upon your minds that we three, and Rima and Ali, are in greater danger of our lives at this moment than any of us has ever been before.
That's putting it pretty strongly, Smith. I'm recalling to mind our experiences with Follow Swee at the Tomb of the Black Ape, the house in Karga.
That's past, Greville. I'm not putting this too strongly. I'm not in the habit of saying things I don't mean. But apart from Rima, there's a further and very much graver consideration.
What, Mr. Smith?
Well, your uncle here has inadvertently stirred up something which at this particular stage of world politics is calculated to swing the balance the wrong direction.
You mean...
The blowing up of that tomb revived the legend of El Mokana. It brought to the front certain living believers in his doctrine. Naturally, they weren't slow to take advantage of that accident.
By Jove, Smith.
Now, I have the names of several men in Afghanistan, Persia, and Khorasan who are associated with the movement. And the spread of the thing is phenomenal and dangerous.
I've known since our arrival that our party was the focus of some evil influence here in Isfahan. Those confounded relics.
Exactly, Greville, the relics. The way the cry El Mokana swept through the East points to organization. Someone has taken advantage of the opportunity and intends making the most of it.
But I don't...
Now, don't glare at me, Sir Lionel. You and you alone are responsible for our present situation.
Captain Woodville told him the same thing.
Rima, be quiet.
Uncle Lionel, I'll not be quiet. I'm not a child.
Sir Lionel, her life is as much in danger through your thoughtless action as mine, or Greville's, or your own.
I've had enough. I won't be browbeaten further.
Who listen to me, Barton? Now, our chief enemy recognizes the importance of possessing these relics. A new creed, the Sword of God, and the Golden Mask. That was why Van Berg died.
Smith is right, Sir Lionel. And Rima shouldn't be here. We'll send her
You'll send Rima nowhere, Sam. I'm staying right here.
If only for the one reason, Greville, that it's too late. Rima wouldn't be out of our sight, but what she'd be in the hands of the enemy. You should have thought about Rima, Sir Lionel, when you started this mess. It's too late now.
But the attempt to get the relics failed. They won't...
The first attempt failed. The first. There were certain odd features connected with that attempt. And it'll be repeated.
Bosh. They certainly can't be simple enough to repeat.
Our enemy knows that the method by which he got into Van Berg's room is beyond us. He also knows the green box is no longer in that room. He knows it's here.
How can you be certain of that?
Your uncle advertised the fact. Witness the two Persian officials who came to inquire into Van Berg's death. They were in the house. They know the box is now in your uncle's room.
By the gods...
Now, don't interrupt, sir. Just listen. I had hoped to conceal my presence here from the enemy. But in spite of all my precautions, they know I'm in this house. Proof? The arrow. I'm certain now I was covered. The fact that your guide, Amir Khan, deserted to the other side is also quite significant. To me.
How do you know he deserted? Gave up good pay to go over to the other side.
The very fact that he vanished and did give up a good job should be proof enough of that. However, I mean to bring things to a head.
Bring things to a head? Haven't they come to a head already?
Look, Sir Lionel, look. You've taken some risks in your time, but this time you've stirred up something too big for you. Now, instruct Ali to prepare for a departure in the morning. Do everything you can to make it appear that this is your last night in Isfahan.
I've told you once. Must I repeat? I can't possibly leave Isfahan for the moment. several days at least
Oh,
before
Sir Lionel, I wish it to appear you are leaving. Upon your success and yours, Greville, depends my plans for discovering and perhaps capturing the murderer of Van Berg.
Then you have a theory as to who did it?
Yes.
But who, man? Tell me,
You'll do nothing, Barton, but what I tell you to do. I'm going to handle this in my own way. For once in your life, you'll take orders or stand aside. Whichever you please.
Well, what am I to do?
I want you armed and posted in the entryway. No lights. You'll watch the street through the iron grill, but don't open the door under any circumstance until I give the word. Oh, please remember that, Sir Lionel.
And I, Smith?
The post of greatest danger, Greville, unless you do exactly as I say.
Well?
I want you and Ali, both armed, of course, posted in this room with the chest.
You seem pretty certain there'll be another attempt.
I'm so confident of it, Barton, that we'll all take our various posts very night. The attack may not come tonight, but it will sooner or later, and I expect to be prepared.
You haven't assigned me to a place, Mr. Smith.
You, my dear, are to remain in your room. I believe it overlooks the street.
Yes, and a portion of the garden.
And the front of the old mosque across the way.
Only a corner, thank heaven. The creepiest old place I've ever seen.
Stay in your room. Lights out. And keep away from the window. At least far enough so that anyone with binoculars can't see you. I want it to appear that we're all asleep. Is that understood?
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Ali and I are to remain here. Anything else?
Don't make a sound, no matter what you hear or see, no matter who or what comes in through that window. Don't show yourselves. Just watch. However, if you're attacked, shoot and shoot fast. Clear?
Yes.
You're to leave the window open with the shutters closed, but not latched. The room is to remain dark. Now, let's see. There, between the trunk and the wall away from the bed. That's where you'll both hide. It gives you an uninterrupted view of practically the entire room.
And what about the chest?
At the foot of the bed, where it is now. Now, let's have something to resemble a figure. What can we use?
What's it for?
You are supposed to be in this bed, sir. Now, anything. What?
Some of Uncle Lionel's clothes, blankets, rolled up.
Splendid. We'll set the stage now while it's still light enough to see without lighting the lamps. Do it, will you please, Rima? Give her a hand, Sir Lionel. Cover the bundle with the sheet the way you're in the habit of covering yourself.
Come along, Uncle. Help me.
Now get Ali. Bring him here. I want to give him his instructions personally.
Righto. I'll call.
How's this?
You sleep with the sheet pulled up over your head that way?
Customary with me in bug-infested countries, better than mosquito netting.
Well, that's all, then. You'll all take your posts immediately after dark.
You know where Smith is, Ali?
Only that he's not in the house, Greville Effendi. He took my black gibber and robe.
This is all a bit fantastic. I think Sir Lionel's right this time. They certainly won't try again so soon after their first attempt.
Who can say, Effendi? It is in the lap of the gods. But from what I have seen, Smith Effendi seldom makes mistakes. A clever man, that one.
Oh, yes, of course. I don't mean to infer, Ali, that he doesn't know what he's about. But I do believe he exaggerates a bit now and then.
From his talk and manner tonight, I felt that there was an underlying anger against Barton Effendi.
You got it too, eh? I wouldn't be surprised if he had a right to be. I rather think Sir Lionel is planning some move of his own which none of us know of. I believe Smith is afraid Sir Lionel's going to do something foolish again.
I do not think Barton Effendi would be so rash as to do anything to...
Footsteps out in the street. They've stopped. Opposite our door, apparently.
They went down toward the mosque. Who in the name of Allah would walk this street at night? The legend of the ghost mosque keeps most of my countrymen out of this section.
There's that weird sound again.
The shades of the dead are on the move, Greville Effendi. The mosque.
The dead, Ali, don't make sounds like that. Neither do their shades. Shutters. Someone's at them.
By Allah, it is magic. How could the spawn of the devil get up to the window ledge?
They're opening the shutters. He's in the room. Listen. He's spraying the bed.
It's Mimosa.
Look. He's taking the chest to the window.
By Allah, he shoved it out the window.
Great
All right. We can move now. It's all over. Come on. My flashlight.
Signal. Effendi, they have seen your light.
Look. Out there. Sailing over the street toward that window of the mosque.
Put out that light, Rebel. Put it out.
The shadow of Fu Manchu.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Smith, Commissioner of New Scotland Yard, has successfully thwarted the insidious Dr. Fu Manchu in his plans for world dictatorship. By a clever ruse, Smith, accompanied by his friend Dr. Petrie, ascertains the location of the headquarters of the Sea Fund, an organization headed by the brilliant Oriental scientist. Finding himself cornered, Fu Manchu escapes by jumping in the Thames River, and police boats stationed in the vicinity spray the river with bullets, and Smith's quarry fails to rise to the surface. Shortly after, Dr. Petrie joins his wife Karameh at their home in Cairo, where he resumes his research on tropical diseases. Several months pass. Then, one hot afternoon, as Dr. Petrie is hard at work in his laboratory.
6 fluid ounces. Brain. Yes, that's it all right.
Yes, what is it?
Excuse Dr. Petrie. A gentleman calling.
Oh, tell him I can't be disturbed now, Hassan.
Sahib says his business very urgent.
Well, what's the man's name?
Here, card, Sahib.
Paul Sterling. Sterling? I see that. Oh, yes, of course. I'll see him.
Yes, Sahib. Come in, please.
How do you do, Doctor?
Oh,
I'm fortunate to have found you at home.
You're Paul Sterling, the botanist.
Yes, Dr. Petrie.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you?
I've come to see you on a matter of utmost importance, Doctor. How soon will you be able to leave Cairo?
Leave Cairo?
Dr.
You mean,
Petrie, I left Paris by plane this morning. The French government sent me to ask your help. I have the plane waiting now.
Plane? French government? Excuse me, but this is just confusing. I didn't know you had any connections with the French government. You're American, aren't you?
I'm sorry, Doctor. Perhaps I should explain more fully.
Please, I'd appreciate it.
I've been in France for some time working on data I collected on the upper Amazon River.
Oh, yes, I know. I've read about your amazing botanical discoveries there, Sterling.
I've been staying near Monte Carlo, where I rented a villa, adjacent to an old monastery called Saint Clair de la Roche. Dr. Petrie, a dreadful disease has made its appearance there, and the medical authorities are baffled.
Oh, what kind of a disease?
That's just it. Dr. Courtier, when he examined the first victim, diagnosed it as sleeping sickness.
But what are the symptoms?
Ghastly, Doctor. A purple spot appears on the forehead of the victims, and death occurs when the spot spreads to the eyes.
Strange.
I went to Paris immediately and suggested that you be consulted. You must come, Dr. Petrie.
Very well. I'll be ready to leave in the morning.
But this is urgent, Doctor.
Well, I realize that, but I must make preparations. I must pack things from my laboratory.
That won't be necessary. The French authorities have placed the Villa Jasmine at my disposal. There's a completely equipped laboratory.
Oh, well, in that case, we can leave this evening. You'll stay and have dinner with us, won't you? My wife has taken a party of friends into the desert, but she'll return shortly.
Oh, thank you, Doctor, but if you don't mind, I'll return to the airport and make arrangements for our departure. I shall expect you there at 9 o'clock.
Very well. I'll join you as soon as I've said goodbye to Mrs. Petrie. I'm afraid she won't be very pleased about this.
I understand. I'll see you at the airport then.
Yes, Sterling, just as soon as I can make it.
I only hope you'll be able to take the purple shadow.
Tell me, Sterling, what sort of people are stricken by this disease?
Open-air workers mostly, Dr. Petrie. I mean gardeners and farm workers. The last victim was a gardener employed by an American family who lives just this side of Saint Clair de la Roche.
I see. This monastery is a sort of tourist attraction, I understand.
It used to be. But a certain Egyptian named Mahdi Bey bought it and closed it to the public.
No. But you were speaking of the stricken gardener.
Oh, yes. Courtier and the other French doctors are getting in a perfect panic. You see, the whole thing has been kept secret. If the truth leaks out, the Riviera will be deserted.
Yes, I see. You know, it's amazing how much you remind me of your father.
Oh, you knew him?
Oh, of course. Dr. Andrew Sterling was one of the best botanists I've ever known.
I want to finish what he started, Dr. Petrie. He died in Sumatra. Blackwater fever.
Yes, I know.
You know, there's something very strange about Dad's death.
What do you mean?
I stopped in Sumatra a year after he died, and no one was able to show me his grave.
Oh, that is strange.
No, this is the airport.
Yes, I see. There's quite a crowd.
Well, I meant to ask you, what about Mrs. Petrie?
Oh, Cross Academy wanted to come, but I talked her out of it. Perhaps she'll join me later.
Here we are. Oh, Dr. Courtier, this is Dr. Petrie.
How do you do?
Well, Dr. Courtier?
This is terrible, Mr. Sterling. 5 new cases since you left.
What are they, Doctor?
4 have died, Dr. Petrie. The 5th was still living when I left the hospital.
Take me there immediately, Dr. Courtier.
Certainly, Dr. Petrie. My car is waiting. Heaven help you to succeed where we have failed.
Morning, Petrie. You rest well? Good morning, Sterling. Frankly, I didn't. I've been here over a week, and I've made precious little progress. Another patient died last night.
You know, Petrie, it's strange. Look at all this beauty around us. Palm trees, the sea. It's all so peaceful, and yet there's this terrifying menace.
If only I were able to find out what causes that peculiar swelling under the armpits of the victims. It's almost as... What are you staring at, Sterling? You've been looking through those binoculars every morning.
I wonder who she is, Petrie.
Who? What are you talking about?
There's a girl on the beach down there.
Well, why don't you go and see?
That's just it. That's the private beach of Saint Clair de la Roche, and it's closed to the public.
Oh, well, here, have your breakfast. I've sent Jean for some more coffee. Ah, here he is.
What's the matter with him? He's... John!
Sterling!
Wait.
Quick! Help me lift him onto this bench. Come on.
All right.
Easy with him. There. Now, let's see.
Petrie, look. He's fired. The purple shadow. Cover him up again, Petrie. I shall breathe for that face.
You must have seen some queer diseases in the Amazon, Sterling. Of course, you know the Uganda sleeping sickness. Look at that awful grin. The eyes rolled upwards until only their whites are visible.
That purple spot.
Yes. When it reaches the eyes, finished.
Oh, it's horrible. Never seen anything like it anywhere.
Neither have I. Here, Sterling, I want to show you something. It's more in your line than in mine. Can you identify this?
Yes. It's the leaf of a fly-catching plant. What are those stains on it, Petrie? How do you account for them?
I don't know how you account for them, but I found out what they are.
Oh? What are they?
Blood. Human blood.
Where did you find that leaf, Petrie?
I found it on the terrace under our breakfast table.
I don't understand. You think there's a connection between this plant and the epidemic?
Sterling, sit down. I have something to tell you.
Yes, all right.
You see, I still don't know what I'm up against. Diagnosis is so tremendously difficult. I found elements of sleeping sickness in the blood of the first victim I examined, but I also found bacillus pestis.
Bacillus pestis?
Yes, Sterling. The Black Plague.
Good Lord.
But, and here is the big point, the elements of sleeping sickness were a new variety, and so was the plague bacillus. Mm-hmm. And the crowning wonder, element and bacillus were working in perfect harmony.
You're swamping me, Petrie, but I have a hazy idea that there's something tremendous behind all this.
Tremendous? Something awful. Nature is upsetting her own laws as we know them.
Yes, of course.
And now, this very queer letter from Nayland Smith. I've been thinking about it ever since.
Oh, this is rather outside his province, isn't it?
You haven't met him. But I think you will. Nayland Smith has one of the few first-class brains in Europe, and nothing is outside it. Listen, Sterling. What is it? I heard footsteps. My nerves, no doubt.
Here, Petrie, you're overdoing it. Give the thing a rest and... Huh? Good Lord. You're ill.
Yes. In that cabinet. Open it.
Right. Yes.
Here? Yes, that hypodermic. Quick. Here. In the arm. There. I called this 654, Sterling. I hadn't dared try it on anyone else. But even if nature has turned topsy-turvy, I believe this might set her right again.
Strictly speaking, you ought to be in bed, old man. Your life is valuable.
Never mind, Sterling. My life's my own, and while it lasts, I have work to do.
I know, but
there can be no buts. I've got to solve this mystery. I've just got to.
Wait, but you're not going to work all night again. Come on, let's turn in. It's late.
I can't understand it, Sterling. Jean was stricken this morning, and inside of 2 hours he was dead. Do you realize what that means?
Come, Petrie, there's time enough to tell me in the morning.
Something's happened, Sterling. Something new, horrible, and
What was that?
Good heavens. It can't be possible.
It came from the direction of Saint Clair de Roche.
Sterling, did you ever see this man called Marty Bay?
No, I never did. He lives in great seclusion.
His servants, what are they like? He must have servants.
Yes, of course he has. You're feverish, Petrie. You must go to bed.
Feverish, perhaps I am, but...
There it is again.
Yes. Did you ever hear me cry before?
No.
Well, I did. Sterling, I'm beginning to understand. I think I know what is the cause of this epidemic.
But what's it got to do with Saint Clair La Roche and those calls we heard?
You know whom I think is hiding behind the name Marty Bay, Sterling?
What do you mean, Petrie?
A man whom I believe to be dead. A man who is apparently eternal. Dr. Fu Manchu.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Nayland Smith, having convinced Sir Lionel Barton that Persia is no longer safe because of the presence of Dr. Fu Manchu, has chartered a plane to take them to Cairo. At the airport, Barton, unbeknownst to his companions, straps an old suitcase securely to the undercarriage of the plane. With vast relief, the party watched the lights of Isfahan drop behind them in the darkness. As they turned back from the windows to continue their conversation, Fu Manchu, followed by Paulo Sui and one of their henchmen, steps out of the baggage compartment and, smiling blandly, confronts the astounded group.
Please, Sir Lionel, and you, Mr. Gribble, do not reach for weapons. I assure you it would be most disastrous for you.
By the living gods, Fu Manchu, you murdering fiend.
Easy, Sir Lionel. Sit down, Gribble.
Sir Lionel, please let me say that I am truly sorry for the death of your friend, Dr. Van Berg.
Sorry?
Nevertheless, it is true. Though I had never met him, his name and reputation as an archaeologist was not unknown to me. The overzealous servant who caused his untimely death has, thanks to Mr. Smith, received his just desert.
Mr. Smith, the slim person in the flying suit. His daughter follows Sui.
I know. Even so, Dr. Fu, Van Berg is dead. Murdered indirectly by yourself.
The fortunes of war, Mr. Smith.
Why are you here on this plane? What do you want?
There is a proverb, Sir Lionel, which says, the wise man questions himself, the fool others.
No need for me to question myself. It's the Mukano relics, I suppose.
Correct, Sir Lionel.
Well, I haven't got them. Not with me, anyway.
Unless they're in that golf bag, which you neglected to stow in the luggage compartment. I believe you. I took the liberty of examining your baggage and that of your companions. Empty the bag, Hassim.
Confounded impertinence. You're a thief as well as a murderer, eh?
A thief, Sir Lionel. Did not you steal the relics from the tomb of the prophet in the first place? You ravished the tombs of the dead in the name of science and are called an archaeologist. It is a fine point, Sir Lionel, and a matter of opinion.
Apart from that, Dr. Fu Manchu, you'll not find the Makana relics on this plane. You have my word for that.
I accept your word, Mr. Smith. Return the bag to Sir Lionel Hassim. And now, Sir Lionel, where are the relics?
That's for you to find out, if you can.
Mr. Gribble?
I don't know.
And Miss Barton?
I haven't seen them since I saw them uncovered at the tomb.
Mr. Smith, you have stated that the sword of God, the new creed, and the golden mask are not on this plane. You know, then, where they are?
I do.
And you will, of course, not tell me.
No.
As I thought.
I have given each of you the opportunity to save yourselves a great deal of inconvenience and unpleasant consequences. I am sorry. Salusui, go forward and instruct the pilot to alter his course for Baghdad and see that he does it.
We're going to Cairo, Fu Manchu, not Baghdad. If you interfere with us, I'll have the British government...
You are behaving like a child, Sir Lionel.
Why Baghdad, Fu Manchu?
In that city, Mr. Smith, I have a house. You and your companions shall be my guests there until I have learned from one of you where I may find the Mokana relics.
Well, here we are, friends. This is Baghdad.
Miss Barton, gentlemen, we have arrived.
2 cars are out there, Mr. Smith. Maybe someone is...
I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, Rima. The cars and the men with them are probably his.
And now, Mr. Smith, let me suggest that you advise your companions to make no reckless attempt at escape.
The suggestion, Dr. Fu, is quite superfluous.
Hassim, the door. If you please, Miss Barton, the gentleman.
Your message was delivered by Kwong, Master. Your orders?
The house is prepared to receive guests.
Yes, Master.
Good. We shall ride in the limousine, if you will be good enough to follow Abdullah. Please, Miss Barton.
You're coming, Shan.
Of course, dear. Get in. And don't worry.
All right, Barton. Barton.
Yes. I was watching them manhandling Winslow. They bound and gagged him and tossed him in the luggage compartment with the guard. And now you see what they're doing with the plane?
Disabling it temporarily. He couldn't afford taking the chance of the pilot escaping and taking off in the plane. Come on.
Mr. Smith, after you. Gentlemen, I have left you your weapons. I suggest, however, that you make no attempt to reach them. Believe me, it would be fatal.
How much farther is this house of yours, Fu Manchu?
A short distance only, Sir Lionel. It is on the outskirts of the city and quite isolated. I have no neighbors to disturb the seclusion of my guests.
In other words, Smith, whatever happens in that house won't be interfered with.
I assume, Sir Lionel, that Miss Barton can give me no information regarding the Mokana relics. But perhaps Mr. Greville, or you, or Mr. Smith will oblige me.
Greville knows as little as Rima. The first and last I either saw of them was at the spot where they were found.
For Mr. Greville's sake, I hope so. But we arrived, my friend.
Good heavens, Shan, it's a veritable fortress. Look at those walls. That heavy gate opening.
With those gates closed, what chance have we?
Welcome, Miss Barton, gentlemen, to the humble house of Fu Manchu. I precede you only to guide you. Follow, please. For the present, my friends, you will make yourselves comfortable in this room. It will suffice for the time being. I shall leave you for a moment. When I return, we will continue our conversation regarding the Mokana relics.
Well, what next, Smith? There isn't a chance to escape from this fortress. Guards in the court, guards out there in the corridor. We're completely hemmed in.
Not much hope, Sir Lionel. Unless you tell him about those relics.
No. Only as a last resort. Blast it. If we could only find a way out of this den of murderers.
You should have thought of that when you blew up the tomb.
But there must be a way.
Greville, step to the curtained doorway there. Look out into the corridor.
Not even a window. One door. The one we came through. And a skylight.
He's right, Sir Lionel. 3 husky guards out there armed to the teeth. I'm afraid we're in for it.
Quiet. He's coming back.
Chin up, Rima.
And so, my friends, let us continue our discussion. But first, I shall ask you to relinquish your weapons. Place them here on the table. Thank you. And now, Mr. Smith, I ask you again, the Mocano relics, where are they?
As far as I'm concerned, Doctor, it's useless. I've given my word.
And you will, of course, not willingly break it. I have means at my command, however, to force you to do so unwillingly.
Torture, eh? Leave Smith and the others out of this. You're dealing with me, and go as far as you like. You're wasting your time.
Sir Lionel, has Mr. Smith ever told you about my wire jackets, my files, and the 6 gates?
Cat, I thought so.
No. And it'll take more than jackets or files to make me speak.
Hasim, show Miss Barton to her room. She is not to be harmed.
Yes, Master.
No,
You'd better go, my dear.
Oh, why don't you tell him what he wants to know?
Come, Rima.
You will remain here, Mr. Greville. Abdullah, bind Mr. Greville and Sir Lionel to their chairs. It is useless to struggle, gentlemen, and simply postpones the inevitable. And now, the wire jacket, Abdullah. You will observe when the jacket is fastened round the trunk of Mr. Smith's body how closely it fits.
You unspeakable
This
fiend.
steel plate pressing into the back over the heart tends to slow the heart action. You will presently see the result. Tighten the thumb screws, Abdullah. Slowly. The relics, where are they?
No, I tell you.
The screws, Abdullah, tighten them.
Oh.
Tell him why you've hidden those beastly relics before he strangles Smith.
More, Abdullah. More pressure. Where have you hidden the relics of El Mocana?
Stop. I'll tell you what you want to know.
No, Barton,
but
no.
Smith, you can't.
Increase the pressure, Abdullah.
Stop it, Fu Manchu. The things you want are in...
The police! Thank heaven!
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Smith has chartered a plane to transport himself, Sir Lionel Barton, Shan Greville, and Remo Barton to Cairo. Immediately the plane is in the air, Dr. Fu Manchu, Farlow Swee, and one of their lieutenants step from the luggage compartment and confront the startled group under the protection of a vapor gun. Fu Manchu forces the pilot to alter his course for Baghdad. While leaving the pilot bound and gagged on the desert with a disabled plane, he carries the group to an isolated house on the edge of the city. Here, binding Smith in a wire jacket, a diabolical instrument of torture, Fu Manchu attempts to force from him the location of the Mokano relic. Just as Sir Lionel is about to disclose the hiding place, police whistles screech in the distance.
That's Winslow, the pilot.
Winslow, this way! The police, master! They have broken down the gate. They are inside!
Abdullah, warn my daughter. Have seen the cellar. Go, I follow immediately. Sir Lionel, Mr. Smith, for the moment you have won, but only for the moment. Beware when next we meet.
Here, Winslow! Hurry! This way, Brownlee. Oh, here they are. By Jove!
Winslow, get Smith out of that thing.
Yeah, bound with wires. Great Scott, they're sunk in his flesh.
Screws at the back. Loosen them.
Right. I'll have you out in half a moment.
Tell Brownlee the cellar. Look for traps and hidden doors.
You hear that, Brownlee? Traps, hidden doors in the cellar.
Right, as soon as I get these two untied. There. Come on, then. Oh, wait, I'll go with you. So Lionel's niece is there somewhere.
By George, Winslow. Just in time. A few moments more, and it might have been too late.
Smith, old man, can you make it?
Oh, I'm all right, Barton. It's the second taste I've had of the wire jacket.
Torture, eh? It's a fiendish-looking thing. How the deuce does it work?
I hope you never have occasion to find out, old chap. How did you get here? With the police?
Well, you people hadn't been gone a quarter of an hour when Lieutenant Brownlee came along with a patrol. Our landing in the desert had been reported. He thought it was forced and came out to investigate.
Thank heaven he did.
Oh, Uncle Lionel.
I'm all right, Rima. It was Smith he was working on.
Mr. Smith.
Oh, I'm fit as ever, Rima. It's all over. I'll be a bit stiff for a while. Where's Revel?
Well, as soon as they found me, he rushed off with Lieutenant Brownlee. They went down into the cellar.
Too late, of course. By the time they locate Fu Manchu's emergency exit, he'll be in another hideout.
Here's Brownlee and Shan now.
It's on the trap, Smith. A stone door. Some of the patrol are working on it now.
And I'm afraid it'll have to be blown open. It's as solid as the wall. Deuce'd be glad, by the way, if we got here in time, Smith.
Good job you found Winslow. How the deuce did you chaps know which house to come to?
I didn't know. I told Brownlee what had happened. He seemed to know where to come.
Well, we've been watching this place for some time. Had us a bit puzzled. A few of those coolies and Bernese appeared to make it a sort of a headquarters, and it seemed to be the logical spot.
Good work, Brownlee. I'll remember to mention your work in the right place at home. Make any arrests?
Well, we bagged a few of the lesser fry. Your kingpin and his daughter and 2 or 3 others got clear through that stone door in the cellar.
Heaven knows where they are by this time. Well, there's nothing further we can do here, Brownlee. You're in charge. It's routine from now on.
This Fu Manchu, Mr. Greville here, told me a bit of his history. A bad actor, apparently. You want him in case we bag him?
By all means. I don't want to discourage you, old chap. Fu Manchu is as elusive as an eel. I've spent several years trying to run him down. Had him in a corner several times, but always he's gotten away. Sir Lionel will tell you. Oh, where the devil is Sir Lionel?
He and Mr. Winslow left just a few moments ago, Mr. Smith.
Let's get out of here, then. They're probably waiting for us in the courtyard. You'll very likely find, when you get that cellar door open, an underground passage leading to some concealed exit quite a distance from the house. You and your men came in cars, of course?
Yes, I'll have you taken whatever you say. I'm staying here a bit.
Oh, thanks.
Where do you suppose they are? I don't see Uncle Lionel or Mr. Winslow out here.
Lieutenant Brownlee, Sir Lionel Barton, and Mr. Winslow left word they were going out to Winslow's plane to get their baggage.
Did Sir Lionel say for us to follow?
No, miss. He said he'd meet you later in the city, at the Hotel Metropole.
How did they go, Blower? I see that our cars are still here.
They took the limousine that brought them here, sir.
The nerve of Sir Lionel. Taking Fu Manchu's car to taxi around in.
Then we'll accept your offer of a lift, Brownlee, to the hotel. And thanks, old man.
Well, thank heaven we're free from that unholy menace.
Don't make the mistake of believing he's given up, Barton. We'll hear from him. And before we're much older, take my word for it.
How the devil did he manage to get himself and daughter into the plane without being seen?
That's fairly obvious, I think. When he learned I had chartered the only available plane, he went down there, got in when no one was watching, and waited for us.
That's about it, Greville. I'm sure he knew we were leaving and then had one of his agents watching the airport, probably.
Uncle Lionel, why not let him have his old relics? They've caused us nothing.
His relics? They're no more his than they are...
Yours, Barton? Reema's right. If you want Fu Manchu off your neck. Let him know the relics are with Ali, and you'll have no further trouble with him.
You see, Uncle, Mr. Smith agrees with me.
Oh, just a minute. Not so fast, my dear. I didn't quite say I agree with you. Not seriously, at any rate.
But you said
Listen, Reema. With those relics in his possession, he could, and no doubt would, cause El Makana to appear with his sword and creed and mask, and cause the British government no end of trouble.
Huh. He'd have every Mohammedan in the East flocking to his standard and on the warpath against the whites.
I suppose you think you ought to get a vote of thanks, or at least another medal from the government for finding those things before Fu Manchu did.
Yes. Didn't Winslow say he'd have the plane repaired by noon? It's past 1 now.
Oh, he and Shan just came into the hotel. I saw them from the window.
Oh, I see. Then suppose we go down and meet them in the lobby. We'll all have luncheon together. Come along.
I do hope Winslow was able to get things in shape. I'd like to go as soon as...
Then we can carry on right after lunch, eh, Winslow?
Whenever you're ready. The damage wasn't as great as I thought.
I can't understand why Fu Manchu didn't destroy the plane entirely.
I don't either. In any case, in this instance, he's made a mistake. In his place, I should have acted differently.
What would you have done, Mr. Smith?
Killed Winslow.
Thanks. I'm certain you will be glad. Not in his place, then.
Joking apart, the plane's all right, Winslow.
Good as ever. Damage was slight. I replaced the broken carburetor and made a few minor readjustments. We can take off at any time.
Gad, if the blighter had killed Winslow, he'd probably have had those relics by this time.
Had them by this time? I don't understand, sir.
I meant, of course, he'd have known where they were. I was on the point of telling him and would have been on his way to intercept Ali.
Oh. I wonder.
Well, are we going to sit here for the rest of time? Let's get started. Now, if you look after Reema Smith, Sean and Winslow and I'll see about the baggage. Come on, we're wasting time.
Egypt, Shan. Our Egypt. And down there just ahead is Cairo.
Yes, tired as I am of the East, Reema, Cairo does represent civilization after all. I'm glad to be here.
Well, here we are. Like getting back home, eh, Smith?
Pretty much so. I wonder if old Petrie will be at the field to meet us. I wired him from Baghdad. It'll be good to see him.
There he is, Mr. Smith. Over there by that car. Oh, I hope Mrs. Petrie is with him.
Safe and sound at Heliopolis, Mr. Smith. You'll all be stopping at Shepherd's, I suppose?
Yes, Winslow. You'll join us at dinner there?
I'll be glad to later. I have some routine duties to tend to. Checking in and all that.
I see. All right. We'll wait dinner for you.
I say, Nealon! Gad, old man, it's good to see you.
Good old Petrie. And Caramay. I don't see her.
In England with my people.
Come on, Mr. Smith. Hurry, we're famished.
Right. We'll talk later, Petrie. I'll get in back with Bart and Reema. I see Greville has the front seat.
Well, I'll have you in Cairo in time for dinner at Shepherd's. Greville, this last job of yours has had its echoes down here.
No.
Oh, very definitely. Till I had Nealon's message from Baghdad, I didn't know Barton had anything to do with it. But I know now.
How'd you get the news of the trouble?
Through my native patients. I even had it before the authorities.
Underground telegraph?
Yes, of course. The center of the trouble is farther east, but there's a big reaction here. Oh, I say, you don't mind if I take it a bit slowly. There's an unholy lot of traffic on the road this evening.
The center of the trouble is right here in your car, Petrie.
What? Huh? What do you mean?
I mean Sir Lionel Barton and the big suitcase under his feet.
Hey, what the devil do you
Look
know?
out, Dr. Petrie! Those men!
By Jove, Petrie! You've hit him!
Come on, Petrie. We'll carry him into that coffee house by the side of the road. I want to look at him.
Very well.
Greville, hold the natives back. Here, Petrie. Give me a hand.
Right.
In here, quick. Go over him, Petrie.
Yes.
Well, is he dead?
Dead? He's been dead for at least 5 hours.
Really?
He's rigid.
It's a trick of Fu Manchu's.
Smith, Petrie, Sean!
Come on. And you stay with Rima, Greville.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Fu Manchu has taken Nayland Smith, Sir Lionel Barton, Shan Greville, and Rima Barton to Baghdad after capturing them and their plane. There he tortures Smith in an attempt to force from him or Barton the location of the relics of El Mokana. Smith and his companions are rescued in a raid on the house by British military police, but Fu Manchu and his daughter escape. Resuming their flight to Cairo, they are met in Heliopolis by Dr. Petrie, who drives them to Cairo in his car. En route, their car hits a native, apparently killing him. Upon investigation, however, Petrie announces the man has been dead for several hours. As Petrie, Greville, Rima, and Smith stand beside the corpse, a sudden cry for help from Barton startles them. Rushing into the road, they discover the car and Barton surrounded by a crowd of angry natives.
Look out for knives, Sir Lionel.
Silence, you sons of devils! Silence!
Sorry,
the English police! Look, Sidney! The dogs have killed a true believer!
Regalo! Silence, all of you! Your call, sir? What's the trouble? That remains to be investigated, Sergeant. You turned up at the right moment. My name is Smith, Nayland Smith. Were you advised of my coming?
Oh, yes, sir. We were instructed to keep an eye out for you and your party.
Ante
Ruhu! Get out, all of you! Imsha! Imsha Baselma! Carry on, Mr. Smith. I'll handle this.
Your name, please?
Sergeant Banks, British Egyptian Military Police. On special duty here tonight.
I see. Sir Lionel, the suitcase is safe?
It is. That's what the dogs were after.
Yes. Oh, Sergeant, you'll find a dead man in that coffee house there.
Your car killed him?
Our car struck him, but he's been dead for several hours.
Dead before you struck him?
He was pushed out in front of us as we turned to pass a cart.
That's odd. Very well, sir. I'll take care of it.
Thank you, Sergeant. Drive on, Petrie.
Very well.
That accident was certainly planned.
The devil's own plot, Shan.
I told you Fu Manchu wouldn't give up.
But we left him in Baghdad. How could he know
that we were headed for Cairo? Your outspoken uncle told him, Rima. Somehow, he arrived before us.
Fu Manchu in Cairo. Thank heaven Cadamir's in England.
I don't believe that even Fu Manchu had a stock of dead men waiting for us to come along the road from Heliopolis.
Neither do I.
Then how do you account for it happening at that particular spot?
I don't suggest the fellow was killed for that special purpose, Greville, but he was dead before we hit him. Petrie believes he died of poisoning.
What, if anything, does that mean to you?
Only that the use of the body as it was used was very likely an inspiration on the part of the local agents planted there.
He was pushed out in front of us from close beside the coffee house. I'm positive of that.
Yes, and where he actually died, we'll never know. But it's a new trick.
Fu Manchu, Mr. Smith.
I'm positive of that, Reba.
Only Fu Manchu could devise such a thing. But only you and I, Smith, could go him one better. I travel light, but my baggage is valuable.
It's no laughing matter, Barton. Oh, when is Ali Mahmoud due in Cairo?
He'll do well to get here with a heavy kit in a week. Why do you ask that?
I thought we knew each other well enough to share confidences.
What the devil do you mean by that?
What I say. If it conveys nothing, forget it.
I shan't forget it. But I shall continue to run things in my own way. You certainly didn't expect me to leave anything as valuable as the Mukana relics with Ali.
You made the suggestion yourself, and so we planned it. However, I'm not going to quarrel with you. But now I would like to make a suggestion.
Just a moment, Nayland. We're all old friends here. We've gone through some trying times together, and after all, there's a common enemy.
That's right, Sir Lionel.
And now, for heaven's sake, let's be honest at least with each other. I don't know all the facts, but I suppose you do, Nayland. Now, you, Barton, are the stumbling block. You're keeping something back. Now, lay your cards on the table, man.
What's your suggestion, Smith?
The P&O liner leaves Port Said for Southampton tomorrow. I suggest that Rima sails on it.
Why should I be sent home, Mr. Smith? What have I done? Why should I miss all the fun?
Fun? Good heavens, I'm thinking of your safety.
But I've spent months in isolated camps in Afghanistan, Persia, and a dozen other places, and I'm still alive.
I don't doubt your courage, my dear. You've plenty of that. But while your uncle maintains his present impossible attitude, we're all in very grave danger of our lives, your own included.
Rima, your uncle's youthful enthusiasm, if I may call it that, makes him lovable, no doubt, but he's the most dangerous companion a man ever had.
Exactly.
They're right, Sir Lionel. And while we're on the subject, there's one thing I can't forgive you.
You too, eh? Well, speak up. What is it?
That you permit your mad enthusiasm to expose Rima to danger of death.
Rima, my dear, they're all against us. But we'll carry on nevertheless, and by the living gods in our own way.
Very well, Sir Lionel. Then whatever happens, you'll have no one but yourself to blame. And I don't mind telling you that if it weren't for the rest of us, I'd wash my hands of the whole business and return home.
Now, just a minute, Uncle. This appears to be a private war. If you haven't forgotten it, we have an engagement with Mr. Winslow, our pilot, for dinner. I'm taking Shan with me down to the lobby to look for him. He's hand in glove with Smith, and one of them's enough. What a pity, Shan, that such old friends should have cause to quarrel.
Yes, it is. But with all due respect to Sir Lionel, he's the cause of it.
I know. And yet, just as Dr. Petrie said, his enthusiasm makes me love him.
Yes, and me too. Right now, he's in one of his most awkward moods. He's got something up his sleeve, and he's afraid Smith's going to spoil his big effect.
Well. Miss Barton and Mr. Greville. I thought you'd all forgotten that you invited me to dinner.
No, not at all, Winslow.
Oh, I'm certainly glad you didn't dress Mr. Winslow. Every last thing we have is coming with our luggage from Isfahan.
And I, of course, being just an airways pilot stationed at Isfahan, stand in the only clothes I have with me.
Well, that puts us all on an equal footing.
You know, I don't know what you people have been up to up there in Afghanistan, but somebody in those parts kicking up no end of a row. I've been hearing things since I dropped you on the sands of Egypt this evening.
What have you heard, Mr. Winslow?
I should say that you've bolted just in time. They claim a sort of new Mahdi up there somewhere. News is all over town. Native quarter particularly.
Let's have the rest of it, Winslow.
Well, they've got the story of this veiled bloke mixed up with the strange weather here. It's infernally hot. Probably a storm brewing.
Which they put down to the influence of Al-Mukana?
Righto.
But that's merely native superstition.
Why, of course. I'm told there's a religious revival over among the Muslims, and this business may fill the bill.
Superstition is pretty close to the surface, and even the most oriental. These waves of fanaticism have no limits.
Exactly. It's kind of mass hypnotism. We all know the creative power of thought.
But someone would have to lead this movement. How can there be followers of a veiled prophet when there is no veiled prophet?
I hear that they're proclaiming that there is one, at El Ashar. He's supposed to be moving down through Persia.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It is, but it's likely to be infernally dangerous. Oh, here comes one of your friends, just stepping out of the lift.
No, it's Dr. Petrie. Well, the war must be over, Shan. Well, Doctor, how's the battle coming?
Well, I did the best I could to preserve peace. I'm afraid I wasn't too successful. This is Mr. Winslow who brought you down from Isfahan, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Winslow, this is Dr. Petrie.
Delighted to know you.
Oh, how about something, to encourage our appetite?
Oh, right. You go along with Miss Barton, Winslow. Greville and I will join you presently.
Right. Come along, Mr. Winslow.
Well, how did you leave them, Petrie?
In a hot argument. Barton doesn't deny that he smuggled the Mokhana relics out of Afghanistan.
And it's not the first time he's indulged in similar acts of piracy.
I imagine not. Smith is for putting them in the museum for safekeeping. Barton won't allow them out of his possession, and there the matter hangs.
In a way, Sir Lionel's right, Petrie. If the museum ever got hold of those relics, they'd never give them up. However, he had a look in his eye, which means mischief. Smith knows, too, that Sir Lionel's holding out, eh?
Oh, yes, he does. And he's furious because Sir Lionel seems in no mood to play fair. Well, shall we join Rima and Winslow?
Yes. As Rima said, it's a shame that those beastly relics should come between old friends like Smith and Sir Lionel. I wish to heaven Sir Lionel would listen to reason. Oh, I'll follow you in just a moment. I'm out of cigarettes. Go on, I'll catch you.
Right.
Yeah, just in time, Dr. Petrie. Where's Shan?
Oh, he stopped for cigarettes. He'll be along presently.
Have Uncle Lionel and Mr. Smith signed a truce? Oh, I wish they wouldn't come down to dinner. I'm famished.
Well, they were still going strong when I left. Neither intends to give in. Oh, here they come now. You've probably hit it. By the glowering expressions, it appears to be merely an armed truce.
Well, Rima, ready for dinner? Hello, Winslow.
Hello, Mr. Smith. Sir Lionel?
I suppose that means good evening or something, you old bear. Now we'll have to wait for Shan.
Where is he?
Oh, he went after cigarettes. I'll look him up.
I'll go with you. Mr. Lionel, you take the young folks in and order dinner.
Right. Come along, you two.
Now, don't you keep us waiting, Mr. Smith.
Well? Oh, Rima's right. Barton's as stubborn as a bear. I don't know what to do with him, Petrie. I've a good mind to throw him in jail.
Could at least keep him out of mischief. I say that's odd. I just left Greville a moment ago here at the tobacco counter. I don't see him in the lobby. You don't suppose he went back upstairs?
We just came down. He didn't come to Sir Lionel's room. I'll ask here at the counter. Oh, I say, you know Mr. Greville?
Yes, sir. He was here a moment ago. He left with a lady.
A lady? What sort of lady? I mean, who was she?
I don't know, sir. I don't think she's a guest of the hotel.
Well, describe her. What was she like?
Dark. Very pretty. Tall, slender. I'm sure she was Oriental, sir.
Oriental? Did you see her eyes?
Oh, yes, sir. Very beautiful eyes. They were long and green.
Oh, thanks. Come along, Petrie. You get that, old chap? Farlow Swee.
Great Scott, Farlow Swee? Then Shan Greville
is in the hands of Dr. Fu Manchu.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma.
In taking the relics of El Mulkana with him on his flight from Isfahan to Cairo, Sir Lionel Barton has deliberately upset the plans of Nayland Smith and endangered the lives of Smith, Shan Gribble, Rima Barton, and Dr. Petrie. The doctor has met the party on its arrival in Heliopolis near Cairo. En route to Shepherd's Hotel, Petrie's car hits and apparently kills a beggar. In the following excitement, an attempt to steal the suitcase containing the relics is frustrated by Barton. Later, Shan Greville encounters Farlow Swee in the crowded lobby of Shepherd's Hotel, follows her to the street, engages a cab, and trails her car.
They turned left at the next street.
I saw it, Andy.
Great Scott, take it easy. We're close enough now. I only want to keep them in sight. They're leaving the foreign city, making for the mosque, the bazaars.
And the mosque, Effendi. They've turned left again. We follow?
Yes, don't lose them. Where are we now?
In the Shulalia. There are only shops in the state CD.
Where does it lead to?
To the Mosque Maya del Zuela.
Oh, they've turned left again. What's the name of this street?
I do not know, Effendi.
We'll have to find out. Oh, hold it, stop. They pulled up at the far corner. Wait here until I come back.
I was CD. I shall wait.
What the deuce can Farlow Swee be doing in this section of town? Gad, what a black hole. Oh, an alleyway. Great Scott. That scent. Mimosa. By Jove, she knew I was following and led me into a trap.
Catch him, Hakim. Don't let him fall. He is unconscious. And now to the master with him. Come.
Now fasten his ankles, Abdullah. Then he shall write a brief note. Give me pen and paper, Hasim. Very good. You may go now. Stay within call, both of you.
Obeying, master.
And now, Shan Greville, you will write as I dictate. Take the pen and write. Rima, dear, slip away and join me in a yellow car that will be waiting outside Shepherd's. Under no circumstances mention this to anyone, and come alone. Shan. And now, my friend, having written, you will drink this. Drink.
Well, what the deuce?
Please do not excite yourself, Mr. Greville. You are in no danger.
Great Scott. Fu Manchu. What's the idea? Why am I
All
here?
in good time, my friend. For the present, you will note how your ankles are bound. You may walk carefully. A step greater than 12 inches will trip you.
What do you want? Why am I here?
I trust that any slight headache you may have experienced on wakening has now disappeared.
Oh, I'm all right. What's all this about?
Formerly, Mr. Greville, I employed sometimes a preparation of Indian hemp. At other times, various derivatives of opium. I have even experimented with the common puffball, with indifferent success. I have, however, improved upon all of these. I am wasting time.
And perhaps you'll be so kind as to tell me why you brought me here.
I have studied you closely, Mr. Greville, in an endeavor to find those qualities which have attracted my daughter.
Well?
They are typically British, rather passive than active.
Oh, come to the point, Fu Manchu.
You are a very small cog in the wheel, Mr. Greville, that turns against me. If I could use you, I would do so. But you have nothing to offer me.
And so I suppose you're going to eliminate me.
My dear Mr. Greville, you are not important enough to be eliminated. Besides, I have given my word to my daughter not to harm you.
And yet you say you have no need for my abilities, such as they are.
I had thought to use you to gain a certain point, but consideration of the character of Sir Lionel Barton has made that impossible.
What do you mean?
I mean that Sir Lionel would sacrifice you tonight, to his own ambition. Do you doubt this?
Why,
Exactly. And for this reason I have
been compelled to slightly modify my original plan. Sir Lionel Barton has served me for the first time in his life.
Served you? In what way?
By discovering and then destroying the tomb of El Makana. He awakened a fanaticism long dormant, which properly guided should sweep far.
I don't quite understand.
The reborn Makana must satisfy the learned Muslims of the great mosque of Damascus. He must pass the order of Mecca. This only he can do who possesses the authentic relics. Abdullah.
Master?
Abdullah, you and Hassim will hold our guest's arms. This, Mr. Greville, is merely a precautionary measure. I do not wish you to attempt any violent action. Can you read from where you sit?
What do you wish me to read?
This little document.
Rima, dear, slip away and join me in a yellow car that will be waiting outside Shepard's. Under no circumstances mention this to anyone and come alone. A clever piece of forgery, Fu Manchu, but...
You wrote it yourself, my friend, while under the influence of my new anesthetic.
She'll never be fool enough to come.
Even to join you?
She'll run when she finds I'm not there.
But you will be there.
I'll be there. What are you going to do with me, with Rima?
For yourself, you have my word. And I have never warred on women. I am going to recover the relics of the masked prophet and return them to those to whom they rightfully belong. And you are going to help me, Mr. Greville.
Never.
Abdullah. A subcutaneous injection is the best. It acts more quickly. Your arm, my friend. Must I use force?
Oh, get it over with.
Let him go, Abdullah.
Since I have your word, Dr. Fu Manchu, you're turning loose a dangerous witness.
On the contrary, words and actions under the influence of this drug leave no memory behind. The patient remains under my control, but may be restored to full recovery by a simple antidote. Thank you, Mr. Greville. Presently, you will experience an unfamiliar glow throughout your body. You will be exhilarated, see with added clarity of vision. There will be no further desire to attack me.
That would certainly be something unfamiliar.
You will recognize presently the fact that your happiness and the happiness of all your friends rests in my hands. You will look upon me as all-powerful, a superman to be respected and... Oh,
Dr. Fu, this is really marvelous. And I've been running away from you all these weeks. I can't understand why Smith, Petrie, all of them are so set against you. Your ideas and ideals appear to me to be very fine. I certainly agree with you. Of course I'll serve you. It would be an honor.
Yes, Mr. Greville, you will be happy to serve me, at least temporarily. And when we have finished, you will have no memory of all this. Very well, Abdullah, take Mr. Greville to meet Miss Barton.
Stand here in the light, Effendim, where she can see you when I bring her to the terrace.
Yes, I know. Hurry, Abdullah. And be careful that no one sees you.
There she is. Lady, Miss Barton.
Yes? What is it?
A letter for you, lady.
A letter? Well, give it to me. Good heavens, Shan!
Softly, lady, no one must know. Mr. Greville is waiting. Come quickly.
Oh, of course. Where to?
This way, lady.
Good girl, Rima.
Oh, Shan. Oh, you frightened us all so. Where have you been? Whose car is this?
It's his car, dear. Get in, quick.
His car?
Yes, get in. All right, Abdullah. Hurry.
But, Shan,
It's all right. We're safe now.
Safe? What do you mean, Shan? Where are we going?
To him, dear. To Dr. Fu Manchu.
Fu Manchu? Good heavens, Shan, you're mad. Driver, stop.
Be quiet, Rima. You'll spoil everything.
No, driver, stop.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma.
In the lobby of Shepherd's Hotel in Cairo, Shan Greville recognizes Follow Swede, daughter of Dr. Fu Manchu. He follows her into the native city where he is trapped by agents of Dr. Fu and taken to the Manchu's house. Under the influence of a mysterious drug prepared by the doctor, Greville sees in Fu Manchu a beneficent, all-powerful Superman to be respected and obeyed. Through a note written by himself while under the hypnotic influence of the Manchu, he lures Rima Barton into his car and drives off with her toward the headquarters of Dr. Fu Manchu.
Shan, please stop the car. You don't know what you're doing.
Be quiet, Rima. We're going to Dr. Fu Manchu's house.
What's come over you, Shan? You can't be in your right mind.
We've all been terribly wrong, Rima. Dr. Fu Manchu is the greatest man the world has ever known. I can't understand why we've all been so set against him. Why we've been afraid of him.
Good heavens, Shan, he's a murderer, a fiend.
You're wrong, Rima. When you know the doctor as I've come to know him, you'll see him in an altogether different light. Dr. Fu Manchu was a great man.
Sit down, please, Miss Barton.
What have you done to Mr. Greville, Fu Manchu?
You understand, of course, why you are here, Miss Barton.
It isn't hard to guess.
Mr. Greville is no longer my guest, Miss Barton. My daughter will by this time have taken him back to your hotel. I have no further use for him. But, you.
How can I be of use to you?
You, Miss Barton, are the medium through which I shall gain possession of the Mokana relics.
He shall be crowned in Damascus. He shall be crowned. What the deuce did I hear that? What does it mean? Dreamed it probably, blasted. Why, the hotel's dark. It must be... Great Scott, it's 3 o'clock. Not a soul in the lobby.
Oh, good heavens, Mr. Greville. Where have you been? They've been looking for you. The police here.
Greville, where the deuce have you been?
I don't know, Weymouth. Where's Sir Lionel? Where's Smith and Rima?
Out with the search party. It's a good job I came back a few minutes ago for news.
Search party? Where are they searching?
All through the Babelzuela section, acting on information given by the taximan who drove you there.
I suppose he came back.
Yes. You look pretty well done in, Greville. I'm afraid you'll have to come along and join Mr. Smith. My car's just around the corner.
Of course.
But first, Greville, so we waste no time, suppose you tell me what happened tonight.
What happened? Why, yes, if I can.
What do you mean?
I mean the most important period seems to be a complete blank.
Suppose then I ask you a few questions.
Go ahead. I'll do the best I can to answer.
You left Dr. Petrie here in the lobby between 7:30 and 8. You stopped at the tobacco counter, and where did you go after that?
I saw Dr. Fu Manchu's daughter. She was leaving by the main entrance there. I followed her, hoping to trail her to her father's headquarters. She got into a car and...
Your driver told us you ran into that lane as the yellow car drew up and immediately drove off. He followed you a moment later, but you was gone without a trace. What happened in that lane?
And I walked into a trap. They used some sort of anesthetic. Now, how, I don't know. I must have gone under almost instantly.
What sort of anesthetic?
Beyond saying it smelled like the drug used in the murder of Dr. Van Bergen Isfahan, I don't know a thing. I can tell you absolutely nothing.
By gad, our last hope gone.
Oh, wait. There is one other thing. At some time during the night, I don't know when or where, I heard the words, "He will be crowned in Damascus."
Who spoke those words? Remember?
I don't know they were spoken. I remembered them as I came up the terrace steps a moment ago. They just flashed through my mind. Well, I'm ready to go. I suppose Rima's in her room.
It's for Miss Rima that we're searching, Greville.
What? Rima? Why, she was with Winslow, the airways pilot, and Dr. Petrie. I left her with them.
That was a long time ago, Greville. A bit later, there was a hue and cry because you had disappeared. Smith called me, then the taximan turned up.
When did Rima disappear?
No one knows exactly. The place was in an uproar over your disappearance.
Oh, great Scott. And all on account of those confounded relics. There was no clue.
One of the terrace waiters is certain he saw it come out and go down the steps to the street, followed by an Arab.
Is that all? Nothing else?
From that moment, Greville, nothing has been heard or seen of Miss Barton.
Look at me, Greville. Now listen. He will be crowned in Damascus. Oh, I see you've got it. What are you thinking about? Quickly.
I'm thinking those words were spoken by a filthy old beggar with one leg and a crutch.
Well, keep your mind on that beggar. Don't lose him. You're sure it was a crutch, not a stick?
Yes, a crutch. I'm positive.
Well, did it crunch? Was the man walking on gravel or sand?
On stone, I'd say. It was a clear tap.
Did he speak English?
Yes.
Did he say Damas or Damascus?
Damascus.
Well, go on.
It's gone, Smith. I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, recalling those words certainly relieves my mind of an anxiety regarding Rima.
How so?
It confirms my first opinion that her disappearance was cleverly arranged by the Fu Manchu group.
Good heavens. If she's in his hands...
Oh, she won't be harmed. I'm certain of that. She's been taken for a very definite purpose. There was a moment when I thought she'd vanished for, well, personal reasons. You understand?
You mean follow suite?
Yes. A jealous woman will hesitate at nothing. Well, buck up, old man. Take my word for it, we'll have news of her before noon.
But why the deuce did they take Rima?
To bring Sir Lionel to time.
Oh, yes, of course. It'll be a case of ransom.
Naturally. Rima's life or the Makana relics. And this time the enemy will score. Not even Sir Lionel would hesitate.
Hesitate? If I have to force him at the point of a gun, he'll give them up.
It won't come to that. Barton is selfishness personified when it comes to his professional enthusiasm. But he has a big heart and he does love Rima. I say, what's the matter?
No. My ankles feel as though...
Let's see. Put your feet on this chair. Oh, you've been tied with a thin, strong line. The same material, I'd say, that we found on the minaret of the Ispahan Ghost Mosque.
I don't recall my ankles being bound.
Well, I can't help you there. There's no cue word to arouse your memory. Oh, blast it. If I can ever defeat the genius of this one old man, he's stupendous.
He certainly is.
Have you examined your pockets since you returned?
I never thought of it.
Turn them out, everything.
All right. My wallet, pipe, pouch, cigarette case, keys, loose money. I guess that's the lot.
Anything missing?
No, nothing. It's all there.
How many cigarettes were in this case when you left?
Why, none. I remember dropping the last on the terrace just as I saw Follow Sui getting into her car.
Mm-hmm. Your pipe filled but hasn't been lighted.
No,
Mean anything?
I guess I just didn't light it.
Examine your wallet. You know what was in it?
Oh, yes. By Jove, look here. This envelope. It wasn't there. That's not mine.
Shan Greville, personal. You know the handwriting?
Seems to me I should. Looks familiar.
Oh, you've seen it before?
Yes, I've seen it somewhere. Horizontal, green ink.
It's addressed to you, marked personal. Why not open it?
Oh, yes. Thick green newspaper. Oh, a green silk bag, the small capsule.
Well, read it.
I don't want you to suffer for what I've been compelled to do. You love Rima. If she does not come back, trust me. I'm not jealous. I send you a tablet which must be dissolved in a glass of white wine, and which you must drink at once. I trust you also to burn this letter. To help you, I say, he will be crowned in Damascus.
Do those words now take you back any further?
No, it doesn't mean a thing to me.
But the writing, whose is it?
I've only seen it once, but it's the writing of Follow Sweet.
Sure of that?
Positive.
Oh, Lord, it's the old story over again. But this time we're dealing with a different type of woman. Dare we trust her?
I'd just as soon think of following her instructions as of jumping out of that window. This capsule...
Now, wait, don't throw it out. You jump to conclusions too quickly. Oh, boy, can you think of any reason why they'd want you out of the way?
No. But we've had experience in the past of the dangerous actions of persons under the influence of Fu Manchu's drugs.
Nevertheless, we'll keep this little capsule. It may come in handy later. Now, look here. You are fagged out. Petrie's due back shortly. I'm going to have him put you to sleep.
Right. But not for more than an hour. I can't think of sleeping while I might be of help to Rima.
Meantime, I want to photograph this letter. Then you'll want to destroy it, of course.
Anything you say, Smith.
Oh, excuse me. Hello. Oh, yes, Weymouth. What is it? Oh, good. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
News? Rima?
Weymouth's men have picked up one of those slave coast wharfs Fu Manchu uses. They want me to question him.
I'll go along.
You'll stay here and wait for Petrie. If I learn anything, I'll get in touch with you. Well, Weymouth, were you able to get anything out of him?
Nothing. We have him in the next room. Burns, the police surgeon's with him.
Oh, the fellow's hurt?
Well, you can see for yourself. There he is.
Mm-hmm. Hypnosis, Dr. Burns?
Well, blessed if I know, Smith. He's rigid as a post. I wouldn't want to go on record as definitely diagnosing it as hypnosis, however.
You found him this way, Weymouth?
No, we had him up here for questioning. Without warning, he stiffened out in his chair like that.
Catalepsy, Doctor?
Frankly, I don't know. It's beyond me. The fellow's in a complete state of suspended animation.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. While trailing Follow Sui, Shan Greville has been trapped by agents of Dr. Fu Manchu. Under the influence of a powerful drug, Greville has kidnapped Rima Barton and taken her to the Manchu's headquarters. With no recollection of his actions, he returns to Shepard's Hotel, where he learns of Rima's disappearance. Nayland Smith attempts to arouse his memory, but fails to do so. Called to police headquarters to question a prisoner, a slave coast dwarf and presumably a servant of Dr. Fu Manchu, Smith arrives only to find the prisoner in a state of complete suspended animation.
It's typical of Fu Manchu's methods. He invariably makes it impossible for his servants to be questioned if captured. Did this fellow drink anything after he was brought in?
Why, yes, a glass of water.
He asked for it the moment he was brought in, eh?
Yes, but you don't think...
That water contained a powerful drug. You see the result? Well, he's no good to us now. Lock him up and forget him.
Well, the hospital is a place for him where he can be kept under observation.
Do as you like. But don't be surprised if he's gone some fine morning. I've known Fu Manchu to spirit his agents out of well-guarded, stout British prisons under the very noses of his jailers.
Hello, Weymouth speaking.
Weymouth. Nayland Smith is there. Let me speak to him, please. This is Dr. Petrie.
He's here, Petrie. Hold on a moment.
Oh, yes, Petrie?
Can you come back to the hotel immediately, Nayland?
Well, of course. What's up?
The opposition has made its first move. You understand, of course.
Perfectly. Don't let them leave until I've seen them. Oh, have Barton or Greville spoken with them?
Greville's still sleeping, but I've said nothing to Barton about it.
Good. I'm on my way. Carry on here, Weymouth. Let me know of any new development in the condition of our unconscious prisoner, will you?
Of course.
Greville, old man. Wake up.
What? What's the row? What time is it?
Never mind the time. Wake up. There's good news.
News? Rima?
He will be crowned in Damascus.
He will be crowned? I've got it. It was an old beggar in the Sharia Gamil who said it.
Yes.
I was coming to the hotel from somewhere in the native city.
Go on.
A ragged old man came out of the dark between two shops, whining for bakshish. I gave him a few coins, and he whispered he will be crowned in Damascus.
Yes. Anything else? Any other memory?
No, that's all. But you said you had news. What is it?
Rima is being held for ransom, Greville.
Dr. Fu Manchu has her?
We think so. He's ready to negotiate. Oh, and by the way, I burned your letter.
Thanks. Who brought the news?
The messenger's in Barton's sitting room. How do you feel?
Like a new man, thanks to you, Petrie.
You may recall, Petrie, old chap, that no less an authority than Dr. Fu Manchu always regarded your talents as wasted. But come on to Barton's room.
God, we'll see about
Lionel, you leave this to me. If you interfere in any way, I won't be responsible for the consequences.
All right. Get on with your pig-sticking, then.
This gentleman is Mr. Arden, Greville. As the business which brings him here interests you personally, I thought you should be present.
A pleasure, gentlemen.
Mr. Arden is an attorney practicing in Cairo. Oh, by the way, I believe I met your brother some years ago.
That is not possible, Mr. Smith.
Oh, no? Not a Mr. Samarkand? One-time manager of the Hotel du Nil here in Cairo, and later manager of the new Louvre in London? Surely I can't be mistaken.
You are mistaken. Perhaps not in the resemblance, but certainly in the relationship. I have never heard of Mr. Samarkand.
Let it pass, then. Briefly, Greville, this is the situation. Mr. Arden, in the ordinary way of his professional duties...
Nonsense. He's one of the gang and a blasted liar to boot.
Sir Lionel, I've asked you to leave this to me. Will you stop interrupting?
Carry on.
As I was saying, Greville, Mr. Arden has been instructed to approach Barton professionally.
The situation, gentlemen, is a bit difficult. I act for powerful interests in Egypt. What else could I do? One cannot afford to offend, you know.
I'd say you're certainly not the man to offend Fu Manchu.
Fu Manchu? The name is unfamiliar to me. Chinese, no doubt?
His nationality is beside the point. The name of your client is unnecessary to discuss at the moment. Now, your instructions, I understand, are these. A body of religious fanatics has abducted Miss Rima Barton. Your client has learned that she will be returned unharmed if the demands of this religious group are complied with. Is that right?
Perfectly put, Mr. Smith. I see also that you understand my position.
I do, perfectly.
It's too bad you don't understand it.
I call it the rottenest piece of blackmail I've ever heard of. If you're what you claim to be, Arden, you ought to be disbarred.
Oh, really, Greville, you're unduly severe on Mr. Arden. Doubtless he's undertaken infinitely more delicate cases.
Indeed. Mr. Greville, I am acting for those who would help you.
Yes, his clients, you see, Greville, know all that goes on in the Near East. Of course, they deeply deplore the outrage which has been committed. I understood you to say that, Mr. Arden?
Oh, but indeed, Mr. Smith.
And they suggest a means by which Miss Barton's release may be secured. In fact, I believe the exact terms are mentioned.
They are. This religious group claims that Sir Lionel Barton has stolen property which belongs to them.
stolen property. Huh.
They state further that if this property is returned, the missing young lady will also be returned.
Quite reasonable. You have details of the stolen property?
Here, in my briefcase. You wish to glance at this paper, or shall I read?
Go ahead.
A sword of Damascus steel inlaid with gold, a curved double-edged blade, the hilt encrusted with jewels.
Yes, go on.
A mask of thin gold, finely engraved, and 15 thin gold plates bearing the text of the new Quran of Al-Muqanna.
Suppose I did have these things. How would that affect my niece?
Barton, either be quiet and let me handle this, or I wash my hands of the whole blasted affair. Well, what's it to be?
Have it your own way.
Very well. To continue, then, we'll assume the relics of Al-Muqanna to be in Sir Lionel Barton's possession. What next?
I am authorized to say that those who have Miss Barton in their keeping will give her up in exchange for these articles.
Under what conditions?
You will bring them to an appointed place, and there you will find Miss Barton.
That sounds like a trap.
I shall be glad to communicate any other suggestion you may care to offer. First, however, my instructions on this point are quite explicit. I must see these items and notify my clients that all is correct.
No, I don't agree.
Sir Lionel, dig them out. The suitcase is under the settee right by your feet. Pull it out, unlock it, and comply with Mr. Arden's request.
My word that the relics are there.
Barton, neither Greville nor I can understand your hesitation. Nothing else counts while Remus in the hands of Mr. Arden's client.
Oh, all right. There you are. Compare the things with your list.
There's the sword, the 15 gold plates, and the golden mask. Thank you, Sir Lionel. I shall inform them at once.
God, Shan, I refuse to be ordered about by Smith or anyone else. I've had enough of it.
Now, calm down, Sir Lionel. Smith's right. You've made a pest of yourself, gotten us into no end of trouble over these blasted relics, and wound up by getting Rima kidnapped. Gad, if anything could be worse.
That's enough, Shan. You can't talk to me like that. You're not my nephew-in-law yet. I won't stand for it.
Then sit down. Cool off and stop prowling up and down like a caged tiger. Let's talk sense. This man Arden...
That fellow's no more attorney than I am.
Wrong again, Barton.
I'm apparently always wrong.
Not always, old man, but in this instance you are. The man is an attorney, and I'm positive that his main source of income is derived from handling the affairs of the Sea Fan.
And he's one of their spies. And an agent of Fu Manchu. Knowing that, why did you let him go?
I'd have tossed him out of the window.
Which would very likely have resulted in the permanent disappearance of Rima. We have no clue to Rima's whereabouts. Arden, whom you wanted to throw out the window, is a link which you would have broken.
He ought to have had his head broken.
Oh, here's Petrie. Oh, come in, old man. Sit down.
Well, have you finally settled the details, Nayland?
Practically. I've arranged with Arden that the exchange be made tonight, at midnight, in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid.
Great Pyramid at Giza? Great Scott!
That's what I say. Stark raving madness.
Oh, just a minute, sir. These are the terms I intend suggesting when Arden phones regarding his client's acceptance or refusal of the meeting place.
Oh, I say, then the meeting place for the exchange hasn't been definitely set.
Well, not yet, but that'll be Arden. Hello. Nayland Smith speaking.
Greetings, Mr. Smith.
Great Scott. It's Fu Manchu.
Then he is in Cairo.
Quiet. Greetings, Dr. Fu Manchu.
The meeting place you have stipulated is satisfactory, Mr. Smith. It remains for us now to settle upon the terms of the agreement. You have a suggestion?
Why, yes. First, two of us shall present ourselves with the articles in question.
Quite agreeable. Next.
No more than two of your agents shall accompany Miss Barton.
Very well.
After the exchange, there will be a 10-minute truce.
At the expiration of that period, each party may act as it sees fit, I presume?
Exactly.
I accept your terms, Mr. Smith. The time set for the exchange, then, will be tonight, at midnight, in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. Am I right?
That's correct.
I make one stipulation, Mr. Smith. The parties who will deliver the articles to my agents will be yourself and Dr. Petrie.
Very well.
By the way, You may inform Sir Lionel Barton for me that Miss Barton has suffered no harm. If the articles in question are not delivered to my agents tonight, however, I cannot vouch for Miss Barton's future welfare.
You mean exactly what, Dr. Fu Manchu? I ask because Sir Lionel is with me at this moment, listening to this conversation.
I mean, Mr. Smith, that if the articles we speak of are not in the possession of my duly appointed agent 5 minutes after midnight tonight, Miss Barton will be returned to you tomorrow with her mind permanently destroyed.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Rohmer. Following the kidnapping of Rima Barton, Fu Manchu, through an attorney, offers to exchange Rima for the Mokana relics. Nayland Smith specifies that the exchange be made in the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid at Gizeh at midnight. Fu Manchu stipulates that only Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie will be acceptable to him as bearers of the relics. Planning to trap Fu Manchu's agents, Smith has a cordon of police thrown around the pyramid, and with Petrie and the relics enters the huge stone monument. As the two men step through the single entrance of the king's chamber, a stone barrier drops heavily behind them.
Yes, Neelan. They're trapped. Look behind.
Ah, stone door.
So much for the word of Fu Manchu.
Well, that's that. I suspected something like this when he insisted that you and I be the ones to make the exchange. Trapped in a place like this. Well, I think we're alone now.
No, Dr. Petrie, I am here.
Fu Manchu. Here, Neelan. Beside that stone altar.
I see, Mr. Smith, that you had not anticipated meeting me here. Yet you might have done so.
Yes, I might have, Fu Manchu. It's characteristic of your gigantic impudence.
And I observe that you are both surprised at the bright light. This globular lamp is a little invention of mine. However, I am glad to welcome you.
And I, Doctor, am disappointed in you.
So? In what way have I disappointed you, Mr. Smith?
That stone door. For the first time, to my knowledge, you have broken your word.
The door? But you wrong me, my friend. That barrier was not dropped to trap you.
Then why did you have that?
Merely a precaution, Dr. Petrie. In the event that Sir Lionel Barton, Inspector Weymouth, or any others may decide to disregard Mr. Smith's instructions and attempt to trap me, I place this barrier between us.
Where's Rima Barton? I don't see her.
She is here, Dr. Petrie. I said she would be here.
In the abduction, you played the only card we couldn't beat. And there, in that case, is your price. But your motives in this business aren't clear to me.
My, motive? Explain yourself, please.
This fanatical uprising, which I assume you hope to direct, must break down when the facts are made public.
To which facts do you, refer?
The fact that a bomb exploded in the tomb of El Mokana by Sir Lionel Barton caused the light and noise which was seen and heard on the night of the Prophet's rumored rebirth.
I understood you to say facts. You have mentioned only one.
Also to the fact that the relics were brought by Sir Lionel Barton to Egypt and returned to certain conspirators under compulsion.
Well?
What becomes of the myth of a prophet reborn when this becomes known?
It will not affect the situation in any way, my friend.
To the contrary, I believe it will affect the situation very materially.
No. It will be looked upon as propaganda. And since Sir Lionel nor anyone else will be in a position to prove the relics were ever in his possession, it will not be accepted.
And your own association with the movement?
Is welcome, since the ideals of the Sifan are similar to the aims of the sects you mentioned. Only one thing can defeat the new Makana, Mr. Smith.
And what is that?
Is failure to produce the relics which you bring to me tonight.
They're here in this case.
Good. You have drawn a cordon of police around me, as you are entitled to do under the terms of our agreement. You hope to trap me.
But not until after the agreed 10-minute truce.
Exactly. Therefore, I know that I am safe during this interview and for 10 minutes thereafter. That safety lies in my knowledge that you will hold strictly to your word. And now.
Look! Rima!
Dr. Petrie, Mrs. Smith.
Scott, have you been lying behind that altar?
Yes, I promised. It was my part of the bargain.
You may join your friends now, Miss Barton.
Oh, Dr. Petrie, it was terrible.
You're safe now, my dear. It's all right.
I have kept my promise, Mr. Smith. It is now your turn.
Yes, here is the case and the key. Unlock it. You'll find the articles you want inside.
Yes. Yes, the sword. The 15 gold plates and the golden mask. The official insignia of the reborn prophet El Makana.
We're quits, Fu Manchu.
Yes. Yes, Nail and Smith. We are quits. One moment. The way is clear, my friends. Our 10-minute truce begins the moment you leave this chamber.
All right, Petrie.
Come, Rima. Oh, thank heaven we're out of bed.
Oh, it's been terrible, Dr. Petrie.
He gave you no drugs? Didn't hypnotize you at any time since you've been with him?
No, he treated me well. But I'm terribly afraid of him.
We'll be out in a few moments now. Don't worry.
Master Petrie, remember, 10 minutes.
Yes. Here's the corridor to the main entrance.
Good heavens.
Nothing to be afraid of. It's only a signal that we're on the way out.
There's the entrance. Chan and your uncle are there waiting.
Out, Petrie, quick.
Thank the Lord we're out.
Rima, dear. Rima, child.
Oh, Sam.
Oh, it's all right, Rima. It's all right, my dear.
Take care of her, Petrie. She's a bit hysterical. Better take her up to the main house.
Right. Come along, my dear.
But I want to know...
Keep out of her way now. Leave it to Petrie and Greville. She'll tell us all about it when she's calmed down. Where's Weymouth?
Right here, Smith. I'm mighty glad I am to see you all out of there.
Anything to report?
Nothing. 3 minutes to go, then the truce will be up. How many are inside?
Only one.
What? Only one?
One, Sir Lionel. The kingpin of them all.
You mean Fu Manchu himself?
Yes. We left Dr. Fu Manchu alone in the king's chamber.
Then he's trapped.
Thank the gods for all his cunning we've got him.
How he got in with Miss Barton, I don't know. But I do know that he'll never get out.
Right, Weymouth. The great corridor is the only entrance to the king's chamber.
And both exits from the pyramid are covered by my men.
It'll be all right to leave her then? You're sure?
Oh, yes.
We can go back now, but we'll be too late to join in the search. Come on. Thank the Lord, the guests of the hotel are all turned in. There have been questions and all that. Yes, it would have helped matters with Rima. Ted, the more I think of tonight's business, the more positive I am that a man of Fu Manchu's mentality would never have voluntarily walked into such a mousetrap, particularly since he was perfectly well aware of our plans to capture him.
He apparently knew all about the cordon around the pyramid.
Where's your car?
Down here, just outside the gate.
I say, look at those Arabs out there on the road. There must be 50 or 60 in the crowd.
You know what they are?
Desert dervishes, aren't they? Rather orderly for a crowd of Arabs.
Dervishes. Remember what the CID man said about the gathering in the village? These are a mixed crowd. Mostly Rifaya.
What the deuce are they doing here at this time of night? Except for ones and twos, these birds are seldom seen together. Well, we'll have to pass through them to get to the car.
And they'll make way. Pay no attention to them. Go straight to the car.
Nasty-looking outfit. Too quiet and orderly to suit me. They're watching us. Now, there's the car.
I wonder what's in the wind. These fellows aren't here for nothing. If they were armed...
Queer business, Greville. Nayland should know about it. This can't be coincidence.
There's the pyramid. Hello, who's this?
Right, hey, pull up there. You can't pass here in the car.
You'll have to go back or... Oh, it's Dr. Petrie, Mr. Gribble. Orders are to let you through, but no cost.
Oh, all right, Constable. We couldn't have driven much further anyway. We'll walk. Come along, Gribble. Ah, 4 police up there at the entrance. I say, officer, Superintendent Weymouth and the others are inside?
Yes, sir. I think they're coming out now, though. Dr. Petrie, isn't it?
Right. Has anyone come out?
Not a soul. Superintendent Weymouth, Mr. Smith, Sir Lionel Barton, and 3 CID men are inside searching.
Searching? But there are only 2 rooms.
It's treachery, Smith. He slipped out. That's right. There's treachery. Somebody's been fought over.
I hope there's no question about us, Dr. Petrie. I'm responsible to the superintendent, but you can take my word for it. No one has come out of this place since you and Mr. Smith came out with the young lady.
We don't doubt it, Sergeant. Don't pay much attention to Sir Lionel, naturally. He's a bit upset.
Who's on duty here? I want to know what the devil's going on.
Just a minute, Sir Lionel. I'm responsible for these men. Sergeant, anything to report?
Nothing, sir.
Blasted the man's a trickster, always was. How did Rima get in there? Can't we ask her? Where the blistering Hades is shone.
Right here, Sir Lionel.
Oh, look, could he have slipped up into one of the construction chambers?
No. Even if he did, he's got to come down sometime.
What are these construction chambers, Greville?
5 low spaces above the roof of the king's chamber.
Any way into them?
Only by a long ladder.
I see. Weymouth, arrange to have the pyramid closed and guarded for the rest of the week. Can you do it?
Yes, I'll see to it. 4 men at each entrance.
4 men aren't enough, Weymouth.
Why not?
The dervishes. There's a gang 50 or 60 strong coming up from the village. Petrie and I passed them at the Mina house.
By the gods of rescue, they're going to rush the entrance. Fu Manchu must be inside.
By Jove, here they come.
I don't like this. Remember, the Mahdi organized the dervishes. What do you think of it, Weymouth?
I don't know unless his Barton says they're going to try an attack.
Praise Al-Mukalla! The prophet's creed! Death to all infidels! Death to unbelievers!
Axe to the wall, men. This looks bad. Call in your police, Weymouth.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. With the Mokana relics, the ransom price for the return of Rima Barton, Nayland Smith and Dr. Petrie enter the Great Pyramid at Giza and discover Fu Manchu calmly awaiting them in a chamber. The exchange made, Smith, Rima, and Petrie return to the outside, where Petrie and Shan Greville hurry Rima off to the nearby Mina House Hotel. Returning to the pyramid, Petrie and Greville learn that though the building entirely surrounded by police has been searched, Fu Manchu cannot be found. Nor has he come out. As Smith and his companions stand before the pyramids discussing the situation, a crowd of fanatical Arabs move toward them with the shrill cries of...
This looks like an attack, men. Backs to the wall. Weymouth, calling your police.
Smith, you others, if you're armed, pick your men, get the leaders. Those men in the front rank.
Hold it, Salino. They're unarmed. They're watching the pyramid, not us.
They've stopped there at the head of the plateau.
What the devil is this?
Great Scott. Look up there on the side of the pyramid. There's bright light, Nayland. Lighting up a figure.
By the gods! How did he get up there?
The only place on the pyramid that can't be reached.
It's uncanny, impossible. No wonder the beggars are impressed. It's the legendary figure himself. Green robe, sword, creed, mask and all.
Weymouth, where the deuce is he?
Gone with some of his men. They're climbing the pyramid. It's the one spot they can't reach, I tell you. They can't get up there. By Jove, the figure's disappeared. The light's gone out.
Ah, the blighters are getting out. Going back to the village.
Well, gentlemen, Dr. Fu Manchu has set us a nice problem. Either he or some disciple has been posing as the reborn prophet. From Afghanistan right down to Egypt.
I believe you're right. It certainly looked that way.
I know I'm right. Up to now, he tricked them. If he hadn't gotten hold of the relics tonight to show them to that gang, he'd have been found out sooner or later.
This spark is going to set off a bonfire, Nayland.
He tricked us, Smith. He tricked us. But by the gods, I've tricked him.
What do you mean?
Nothing at all.
Oh, I don't trust you, Barton. Well, there's nothing else we can do here. It's up to Weymouth and the police now.
Sir Lionel, did you search Davidson's shaft?
That rat hole? No. And I'm not going to. Have the blasted pyramid closed and watched, and that's all there is to it.
How the deuce could he have gotten out?
I wonder. We went through it with a fine-tooth comb. The King's and Queen's chambers, the great corridor, and the underground chamber reached by Davidson's shaft.
Then you searched Davidson's shaft?
Yes, and found nothing. How he got out, I don't know.
Well, I suppose we can go back to the Mina House Hotel, then?
Yes, Weymouth knows what to do. He'll carry on here. Come on.
How about transferring Rima to Shepherd's tonight?
What's your hurry to get back to Cairo, Barton?
Ali Mahmoud. I want to be there when he arrives with our baggage. And Mina House is too close to the pyramids in case Fu Manchu...
Fu Manchu? What?
In case he's still in the neighborhood.
Well, as long as he has the relics, he won't bother you. But perhaps you're right. It isn't a good idea to have our party separated. Well, what do you think, Petrie? Can she be moved?
Yes, I'll look after Rima. You and Barton and Greville go back to Cairo. I'll be along later with Rima.
Things have become strangely quiet these past few days. Oh, by your memory of that period between 8 and 3 o'clock the other night, it's still a blank?
I'm sorry, Smith, yes.
It's as though that period of time had been lifted out of my life.
He will be crowned in Damascus. Those words mean nothing more than that a beggar whispered them to you.
That's all. And the repetition of the words in Paulo Sui's letter.
The phrase irritates me. I can't get it out of my mind.
As you say, things have become strangely quiet here in Egypt.
They have, since that blasted pyramid episode. What can you make of it?
And the dervishes seem to have completely vanished. Gone back to the desert.
Or to Damascus.
By Jove, I wonder. Nothing came from the watch over the pyramid. Fu Manchu and his daughter have vanished utterly. Now, what does it mean?
Probably that their base of operations has been changed. The absolute absence of rumors bothers me. You ask what I make of it, Barton? Frankly, I don't know, but I'm going to find out in Damascus.
Well, so it's the Mukana business that brings you to Damascus, eh?
Right, Glenn. What do you know about it? What do you know about the phrase, he will be crowned in Damascus?
Ah, so you've heard. Yeah, you would naturally, being in it up to your neck. Government at home is a bit wrought up over it. Uh-huh. From all I've been able to gather, the movement's about due to come to a head here in Damascus.
I see. Well?
Underground telegraph has it, and you know how fast news travels in this part of the country. There's to be a general gathering of wise men, several hundred of them, here in the great mosque in the next day or two, at which the reborn prophet is to appear in person.
With the sword of God, the creed engraved on the gold plates, and his face hidden by the golden mask, I suppose.
Right. But there's another rumor floating around among certain influential imams who oppose the Mokana.
Oh? What is it?
These men claim that the insignia borne by the new Mokana, proving him to be the reborn prophet, the sword, the creed, and the mask, are fakes.
What? Fakes? Oh, where the devil did that originate?
In Persia. Ispahan, I believe.
Fakes, eh? Oh, Glenn, I think I'm beginning to see light. I'm remembering something Barton said a few days back. He said he's tricked us, but I've tricked him.
Oh, I don't follow. Bring me up to date, old chap.
Ever hear of Dr. Fu Manchu?
Fu Manchu? No, the name's unfamiliar.
Korean, Tibetan, no one knows rightly what he is. It was at Rangoon where I first came in contact with Dr. Fu Manchu and the Seafam, but I think he's the one who's been impersonating the Makana. I know he has the lost relics in his possession.
By Jove, impersonating the Mokana.
He or one of his disciples, yes. Without the relics, he had to resort to trickery to hold his followers.
Well,
now that he actually has them, you see the possibilities?
Gad, in possession of the mask and the sword, he could drive those fanatics into a frenzy.
As he did there on the pyramid last week. He's a master of strategy, Glenn. He had those dervishes in the palm of his hand without uttering a word.
Well, no wonder Damascus is seething. I understand now what they mean by he will be crowned in Damascus.
If there's any truth in the rumor that the relics are fakes, I think I know what Sir Lionel had up his sleeve all the time.
He knew all along the things were imitations?
That could be the answer.
Well, then, where the deuce are the authentic relics?
Suppose Barton, fearing reprisals by the Makana's followers, had duplicates made up in Ispahan. Wouldn't that account for the rumor of fake relics?
Yes, if there's been a leak through whoever made them up for him. But that still doesn't place the authentic articles.
Sir Lionel Barton's not only intelligent, Glenn, he's clever and cunning to boot. Why do you suppose he blew up that tomb? Certainly not, as he claims, to cover his tracks. Barton doesn't work that way.
By gad, I see what you mean. The authentic relics are still back there under that mass of ruins.
It's a possibility. Fakes, eh? By the gods, Glenn, it just came to me. Barton spent days with an old jeweler up there in Ispahan. Solomon Ishak, that's the name.
Want me to help you run the thing down?
Yes. Our job here will be to stop Fu Manchu from playing the Makana. How's your Arabic?
Oh, as good as ever.
Well, if you're game, we'll be at that meeting at the Great Mosque.
We could go as Rifaya dervishes.
Right. I'm going to denounce Fu Manchu or whoever's behind that golden mask as an imposter. That the relics are fakes. The leaders of practically every tribe in Arabia and Upper Egypt represented here tonight. Gad, Glenn, what a gathering of fanatics.
Careful. If these devils even thought they'd find unbelievers under these kufiyas, we'd be done for.
Yes, indeed. Sanusi, Rafaya, Ahmadi, Kadiri. Gad, they're all here. Even Tuaregs are represented. See that pair over there?
Easy. Those refs are looking over this way. Remember, we're supposed to be some of their crowd.
I'll have to move fast, Glenn.
Wait. Watch the pulpit.
That old Whitebeard's going to harangue the crowd. Listen.
Praise Allah! Allah is great! There is no God but Allah! Give ear that ye may hear! Open your eyes that ye may see! Prostrate yourself 7 times, and 7 times, for he is here! Mukana the prophet! Mukana the great Maji! Mukana the masked one is here! He is reborn, as was written! He is truly risen! He stands before ye ready to lead ye against the infidel! In his hand is the sword of God! Behold!
There, Nayland, beside the Imam. Gad, the same figure that appeared on the Great Pyramid.
Fu Manchu?
Oh, it can't be. This man's younger by 30 years. I can only see his face. Work over closer to the door.
It'll be touch and go, Nayland. But go ahead. Start your show.
Istana Shwaya! Istana! Wait! Listen to me, men of Islam! That man who wears the mask of Makana is not the true prophet. He's an imposter. The relics he bears, the mask he wears, are not the true ones. They're imitations. They were manufactured in Isfahan. It's trickery. They are spies. They desecrate the prophet.
All right, Glenn, come on, let's get out.
Make for the side door. There, beside the altar.
These two, they are not rich. Stop them, they are spies. Infidels. Death to them.
Not the main entrance, Nayland. This way. The side entrance, by the altar.
Look out, Glenn, look out.
The shadow of Fu Manchu. The shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. Following the ransom of Rima Barton and the escape of Fu Manchu from the closely guarded pyramid of Gizeh, Nayland Smith tries again to bridge the blank period in Shan Greville's memory. But he recalls only the phrase, "He will be crowned in Damascus," spoken to him by a beggar. On a hunch, Smith flies to Damascus, where he learns from Glendenning, a British Secret Service agent, of a mass gathering of natives to be held in the great mosque of Damascus. At this meeting, the reborn prophet is to be crowned. Disguised as natives, Smith and Glendenning go to the meeting, where Smith denounces the new Mokana as an impostor. Recognized as Christians and surrounded by angry religious fanatics, Smith and Glendenning fight their way toward a small side entrance.
Christians, infidels, unbelievers, death to them!
Look out, Glenn, behind you.
Good boy.
Here we are. Get out, quick. Turn right. There's a dark alleyway.
Right. Come on, run.
Left here. Run, Nayland. They're close. We're on the bridge. Straight ahead. The lights. They're safe, June. Other side.
They're dropping back. Thank the Lord it's dark. They can't see. Where does this take us?
Out of the native section. Take it easy now. Don't want to attract attention on the bridge.
Cat. Hot work for a bit, eh?
That gang of riffs certainly had us hemmed in. Thanks, old man, for dropping that devil with the knife.
If I hadn't lost my blasted headdress in the scuffle, they'd never known we were Christians.
Jove, this'll certainly stir things up. Fu Manchu or whoever played the part of Mokana will have some explaining to do to his followers if those relics actually are fakes.
I'm positive they are, Glenn. Barton's actions, his veiled hints, tie up with this rumor of imitation relics. I'll wager Bostwick's findings up in Ispahan will confirm it.
Yeah, and what'll be the outcome?
The outcome? Fu Manchu will have Barton's heart for the trick.
A word from Smith, Petrie?
No, not yet, Gribble. I'm expecting to hear from him momentarily. He's been in Damascus a week now.
Mm-hmm. You know how news travels here? Well, I've been snooping around the bazaars and shops in the native quarter, keeping my ears and eyes open.
So? To what end?
Just listening to the gossip of shopkeepers, peddlers, and beggars. Mostly beggars, the watchdogs of Egypt. Thanks to my knowledge of the vernacular, I've heard things.
Anything particularly interesting?
Yes. The threat of the dervish uprising led by the Mokana seems to be growing less and less every day. Something's gone wrong somewhere.
Oh, thank heaven for that. We'll likely hear all about it when Nayland gets back.
Funny thing, Petrie. I told Sir Lionel about it, and he seemed to find it quite amusing. Seemed to be expecting something like that.
Sir Lionel, eh? Have you any idea what he meant that night at the pyramid when he told us he'd tricked Fu Manchu?
No more than you. However, he did say this morning that we're sailing for home on the next P&O boat.
Next week, eh? Well, since Ali arrived yesterday with your baggage, there's nothing to hold you here.
Hello, you two.
Ah.
What plot are you hatching up now?
Plot. That's all we've been hearing for the past few weeks. I'll be glad to get home for a bit of rest for a change.
Yes, I'm glad Uncle's ready to leave.
Oh, where is he now?
With Ali checking the baggage.
And how do you feel after your experience at the pyramid? You look fit, my dear.
Thanks to you, Doctor, I'm just fine.
Well, don't overdo it for the next few days. You were pretty close to a complete breakup. Do you feel up to telling Greville and me just what did happen?
Of course. There isn't much. Well, thanks for being so considerate as not to question me before.
Petrie thought you weren't equal to it, dear. He had quite a time with Sir Lionel, though.
I suppose Uncle Lionel flew into one of his rages when you wouldn't let him talk to me about it.
He did. He fumed and roared, but finally promised not to speak of it until I gave him my permission.
The gruff old bear has kept his word. He hasn't so much as mentioned that night.
Do you feel like telling us?
Well, I hate even to think of it, but... Well, you don't remember, Shan, that you came to the hotel after me.
No, I don't remember. All I recall is that I left the hotel to follow Fu Manchu's daughter. And I remember coming back. The period in between is a dead blank.
Your disappearance scared me half to death. When that man brought me your note,
That was a forgery. It must have been.
Well, these are facts, Greville. Remember, you can give no evidence of what happened during that time.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, anyway, I followed him out to where you were waiting beside a car.
What kind of a car? A yellow Rolls?
No, it was a small, dark sedan. You jerked me into it and told me you were taking me to Fu Manchu.
I told you that? Why, the deuce didn't you scream, call for help?
I tried to, dear. You kept your hand over my mouth.
Where did you go, Rima?
Out through Giza village, by the pyramids. The car stopped on the causeway, and a tall man dressed in black got in. I recognized him.
Was it Fu Manchu?
Yes. And the horrible thing about it all was that he was younger than when I saw him in London.
Yeah, very much younger. I was forcibly struck with the same impression when we saw him later in the pyramid.
He spoke to you, Shan. Strange words I didn't understand, and you fell back on the seat as if you were dead.
And then what?
Well, he blindfolded me, and we drove for hours, it seemed. When the car stopped, we went into a house. The blindfold was taken off, and I was in a room alone with him.
Wasn't Greville there?
No, Fu Manchu told me his daughter had driven Shan back to the hotel.
What time was that? You remember?
Well, it wouldn't have been more than an hour after we left the hotel. Near 11, I should think.
11? And I didn't get back to the hotel until 3 the next morning. It couldn't have taken that woman 4 hours to drive back. Where the deuce could I have been?
Perhaps it's just as well, old man, that you don't know.
What do you mean, Doctor?
Nothing, nothing. Go on. What happened then?
They took me to a little room where an old negress sat sewing. I spent a whole day there. She did everything possible to make me comfortable.
And Fu Manchu?
When it got dark, he came in. I was so upset I don't remember a thing he said except that your life depended on me.
How did he treat you?
Almost kindly. You can say that about Fu Manchu. But I was terribly afraid of him. He saw it and made me drink a glass of white wine.
And then?
He watched me. He spoke again, but his voice seemed to fade away. His green eyes grew larger and larger.
Like a green lake that swallowed you up. I know.
How did you know, Greville? When did you get that curious impression?
It was... blasted it. It's no good, Petrie. I almost had it, but it's gone now.
I know how you feel, Shan. I can't remember either. Well, I woke up in a gloomy stone chamber lighted by a round green lamp.
The king's chamber in the pyramid. You'd never seen it before?
No.
Then you have no idea how you got there?
None, Shan.
Well, there's another hope gone. However, go on.
Fu Manchu sat beside a stone altar. Then I heard a gong, and he made me lie down behind the altar. He made me promise, whatever happened, not to stand up until he clapped his hands. Then you and Mr. Smith came.
Yeah, pardon me. Yes? Hello? Oh, yes, we're in my room. Come on up. It's your uncle, Rima. Go on, my dear.
Oh, that's all. You and Mr. Smith came in. Oh, I wanted to scream, jump up and run to you, but he told me that Shan's life depended on my keeping my promise. It was my part of the bargain.
No wonder you were done in when you came out of that place. Gad, if I could only remember.
Well, what's the conspiracy now? You're looking fit, Rima, child. Feel all right?
Yes. Still a bit shaky, but all right.
Then I prescribe an aperitif before dinner. Just one. What about you, Barton?
Yes, of course. Any news from Smith?
None yet.
The baggage all right, Sir Lionel? Everything check?
All there. You might have gone over it with Harley. Saved me a lot of hot work.
If you'll remember, my dear sir, you told me to get out and look after Rima.
Eh? Oh, yes. Yes, so I did. Forgot it.
Greville tells me you're sailing with the next P&O for England.
Right. Next week. It's time we were getting out of Egypt. Need a rest, all of us. Why don't you come along?
Oh, no, not yet. Calumet isn't expecting me for several weeks, and I can't run out on my patience.
I hope Smith gets back before we sail. I'd like to see him.
Come in.
Telegram for you, Dr. Petrie.
Oh, thanks, son. It's from Damascus. Maryland. Excuse me a moment.
Yes, certainly, Doctor.
Well, Rima, a couple of months at Greywater Park should put you right in shape for the winter in London, eh?
Well, if you don't mind, Uncle. stay in London. I don't feel safe at the park since our experience there was...
Oh, nonsense, child. Don't you worry about that heathen trickster any more. He has his relics, and he's out of it now. You're as safe at the park as you would be in a church. Eh, Shan?
Well, I'm not dead set on the park either, Sir Lionel.
Afraid of spooks, eh? Both of you. Rot. The sea air and... What's the matter with you, Petrie?
I don't quite know what to make of this. It's from Nayland, right enough. Quite a long message.
We can't help you unless you tell us what it's all about.
It's rather disturbing in a way. It says something here about fake relics.
What's that? Fake relics? How the devil did he... what else does he say?
There's a Dutch Lloyd liner leaving Port Said tomorrow night for Southampton.
Well, what of it?
Smith insists that you sail on her, Sir Lionel.
What? He's mad. Not an inch. I won't budge an inch. Anyway, we can't get ready by tomorrow night. It's impossible.
I'd better read you the message. Perhaps you'll change your mind.
Well, then go on. Read it. Read it.
I think perhaps... Rima, will you excuse us, my dear?
Why should I leave, Doctor? It very likely concerns us all, or you wouldn't hesitate. Please read it.
Very well. Listen. Dutch Lloyd liner leaving Port Said tomorrow night for Southampton. Insist Barton and party sail with her. Dr. Fu Manchu was in Damascus. Has discovered relics are fakes. He disappeared last night. Have learned since that he is on his way to Cairo. His object is to find Barton.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu.